panelists, and to our moderator, um, Yvonne. Okay, thank you for being here. Okay, lastly, this group of future thinkers, presenters, which comprise of 9 first-timers: Nicholas, Darlene, Earn, Ryan, Schuer, Maas, Cecilia, Chiffon, Chunwong, and Winhern, and our two-time presenter, Ryan Ong, certainly a very talented group of students who naturally possesses the 7 C's and probably more good qualities that they possess. Will humbly but confidently share you their works from the previous semester. Now a total of 100 featured thinkers, including this event, Featured Thinkers 11. They are a proof that an architect who says it can't be done will always find himself interrupted by doing it. If you want to achieve something, you have to prove that it's doable no matter what the odds are and how difficult it is. After this, I remember one teacher told me or mentioned to me, after I become a future thinker, sir, or Mr. Prince, I become instantly famous. A lot of people follow me on Instagram and in Facebook. I told him, it is easy to get attention, but you must value more how they respect you and your craft. So you have to seek respect, not attention, because it lasts longer. They say the future is uncertain with the war, endemic, the threat of another pandemic, chaos and catastrophe happening. But one thing I'm sure, and for sure, that the presentation today of the 11 future thinkers will give us a more positive day and probably a future with a wonderful, a more positive future, okay, for Taylor's University architecture program. And of course, all the organizers will be keeping you entertained. Okay, with that, stay positives. Oh, I think it's the wrong phrase now. Stay safe and relax and enjoy the Future Thinkers 11. To those who have been a part of Future Thinkers, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude. Kang Sahamida, gracias, salamat po, ni hao, terima kasih, and again, thank you. Welcome to Future Thinkers 11.
Thank you, Architect Prince, for a warm welcome and a quick overview of the past future thinkers. So let's start with the event. So what is level 1? It's about dialogue that happens between intimate spaces between yourself, family, and friends. And it's usually targeted to less than 10 people. This level will be covered by our year 1 students. Before we go into their presentation, here are the public's view on this level. Positive emotions is the most important outcome on bridging conversation through personal level. And in terms of the spaces, the dining room is the most prominent spaces for this. And all of these are collected from Instagram itself. All right, so let's begin with the presenters. We would like to invite our first speaker of the day, Nicholas Ling from semester 1, guided by architect Chong Soon Lei, to introduce himself.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Nicholas from semester 1. I'll be presenting my final project for semester 1 later, which is Life Between Walls. I hope you enjoy my presentation. Thank you.
Semester 1 is an introduction to architectural design, enhanced with understanding of anthropometrics and designing interpersonal space with creative exercise involving the body movements and experience of the user, circulating on perception of self and body. We had a total of 3 projects, namely geometry and form, which we learned about design basics and elements. Structure and body, which we explored on tectonics, ergonomics, and anthropometry. And our final project, space and sensory, which concludes what we've learned in semester 1. Our final project is to design a sensory space and create a poetic architectural representation of our experience during the pandemic period. Our sensory space has to anticipate and accommodate users' needs and emotions, and the key focus is to consider subjective and objective parameters during our design process to create a space that is practical yet poetic. I approach my project brief by using lines to create different openings and suggest directions of users to discover what lies behind the facade. Controlling the intensity of light penetrating inside the space has created different atmosphere to evoke emotions and feelings to address the pandemic period. Usage of different height, width, and openings shows playfulness of vertical elements. My narrative surrounds on the COVID-19 pandemic that has led to drastic changes of the human life. Life is getting devastating as things worsen. Never ending of fear, health concerns, and piling of overload matters started to suffocate me. Concealing all of my feelings, I started to escape the reality by not facing it. How do I adapt to this new normal? Does it affect my emotions? Hence, I started to question myself on how does the user respond to my design, and how does my proposal spark intangible dialogues amongst users. First, I created a series of episodes that interlocks with each other to form my narrative, namely outset, rising, transitional space, climax, and epilogue. By recreating the sensorial experience during the pandemic period, I added in emotions to enhance it, which are perplex, entangled, uncertainty, mindfulness, and acceptance. Hence, my design exploration started by deconstructing my project tool, which I used fins to design a self-isolation structure. I extracted the fins in my structure to transform into a plane, where planes became one of my main design elements in this proposal. As this space is designed for ourselves, we are required to choose a banner action from our previous project and highlight the beauty of it. I've chosen a series of actions to portray my life under the COVID-19 lockdown, which focuses on sitting. In a state of darkness, user will tighten its body till he arrives a brighter state, then only opens up the body, which means acceptance to surrounding. With the different banner actions aligned with emotions, arrives frames of episodes depicting how banner action is integrated with space that I will be creating. Moving on to my precedent studies, I've studied on how rhythmic pattern of walls can create spaces in 100-wall church. I find the unorganized arrangement of walls could create different unique spaces. I also studied on how lights and shadows can evoke different emotions in Kushino House to create poetics and strengthen the atmosphere in my space. From my first and second conception model, I've tried to choose different orientation of walls to segregate spaces. From unidirectional to unorganized scattered walls, it's interesting to see how walls define spaces and different openings to accommodate the banner action. From the scaled model, I've tested out the scale and proportion of my sensory space and improved on the spatial distribution. Mixture of materials in my sensory space could help users to evoke a different emotion and enhance the experience. So here is my final outcome, life between walls. My main concept is a rhythmic pattern of walls as my facade to show how I conceal my feelings during the lockdown. As we enter the space, different height, thickness, and width of walls are arranged in this oriented manner to show the ups and downs of emotions reflecting the chaotic pandemic experience. Next is my exploded axonometric drawing, where the internal spaces and fittings of two different materials, which are timber and concrete, are shown. The first joinery detail is timber cladding. Timber strips are clad on the timber batten, then to the concrete slab by concrete screw. The second one is mortise tenon for the timber framing. Then is a steel knife plate to hold the timber fins. Steel plates are slotted in the timber fins, then embedded into the concrete rough foundation to conceal it. Next up is the orthographic drawings. Firstly is a floor plan. Walls are used to segregate spaces, which are entrance, outset, rising, transitional space, climax, and epilogue. Next, I'll be walking you through my design with my section drawings. First impression. User will approach the space with tall and huge walls. Out of curiosity, user will engulf itself into the space with lower and lower ceiling level, which then forces him to crawl, approaching outset. Dark and narrow environment with uneven walls will disorient user's path, feeling perplexed. Changes in space and volume occur during the rising. User will now enter a tuck sitting position on the highest platform with multiple walls surrounding him, feeling entangled. As ceiling level increases with light intensity, user will pass through a transitional space with uneven level of steps, leading into a state of uncertainty. The feeling of uncertainty ends when user ascends several steps, symbolizing enlightenment is about to happen, entering the climax part. User will now experience a change from concrete to timber, interacting with shadows, entering a state of mindfulness by meditating. A few steps upwards lie the epilogue, which space permeability is the highest, signifying breakthrough and acceptance. User can now sit on the edge of the concrete slab or rest on the timber strips behind to enjoy the outer view. Last but not least, I'd like to share a quote by Haruki Murakami. As individuals, each of us is extremely isolated, while all linked by prototypical memory. I hope my proposal has sparked dialogues within users and themselves, and a space which evokes different emotions, therefore putting in senses and sentiment as the heart of my sensory space. Thank you. I hope you enjoy my presentation.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for the insightful presentation. And before we move on to our next presenter, do save your question for the Q&A session, which comes at the end of every year's presenter. Coming in from semester 2, we have Darlene, tutored by Mr. Brian Chi. Let's have her introduce herself, followed by her recorded presentation on it. The floor is yours, Darlene.
Right, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend my appreciation towards the Future Thinkers 11 team for inviting all of us here today for this public forum. So yeah, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy my presentation.
The second semester introduced us to the integration of our conceived projects onto a physical site, of which we were given the lush green setting of Wawasan Recreational Park, located in Puchong. Our brief challenged us to design a solitary haven for ourselves, alongside a family member, to spend a brief solitary time with an emphasis on quality in interaction. Confined to a limit of 100 square meters, my approach towards this proposal was to construct a place to reconnect and rebuild my relationship with my father. So, this is my dad, and this is me. Many people like to remark that we look alike, copy-pasted. My father and I have a common affinity for work. After all, being a mechanical engineer and an architecture student, each also active in duties outside of the job scope, does not exactly buy us a lot of time with each other. Furthermore, two generally awkward people find it surprisingly difficult to strike a lengthy, meaningful conversation. We mostly go by brisk interactions and the occasional corny dad joke on a day-by-day basis. And, long story short, our relationship has drifted apart over the years. This sparked the basis of my design narrative, and I sought to take this opportunity to reinforce and energize the dynamics of a father-daughter relationship that has been lacking throughout the years, and even more so during the pandemic as the father is working as an essential service worker. Thus, beneath the canopy, situated close to a river and strategically organized, implements the shelter of tree canopies, encourages open communication and transparency in the familial bond as father and daughter escape from the hectic troubles that come with a busy urban lifestyle. The concept of my design revolves around the trees that are already pre-existing on site. Trees, in essence, can act as a separation, a boundary from one space to another. They can also enclose, implying a space in between. They act as a form of shelter under its canopy of leaves. They also nurture, as nature and humans alike are intertwined with each other. From this, I sought to nurture my relationship with my dad under this setting. The development of my solitary haven started off at the form of the floor plan. Using a simple rectangular 18 by 5 meter form, it was segmented and then curved according to the contour of the site. Extrusions were then made according to the existing placement of trees. From there, the floor plan slowly took its shape and spaces were allocated according to its hierarchy. As the circulation of this structure was evidently linear, with the only point of entry being up south, I placed the private resting space all the way in the north. The permeability of the site dictated the location of the central discussion space, whereby trees act as an envelope to subtly enclose the heart of the building, which opens up to the neighbouring stream and its sun-kissed scenery. Like I've said, my father and I are awkward with each other. For those who understand the lingo, I would say, we don't vibe with each other. However, upon reflection, I struck a middle ground where I could potentially use the gathering space as an opportunity to strike more conversation between us two through the act of design. My father loves to take a peek at my desk when I'm knee-deep in balsa scraps and untidy stacks of butter paper. He'll usually give a quip or two, perhaps a helpful suggestion, or more oftenly rack his brain at some crazy design proposal I throw his way to let his engineering know-how approve of my idea. Thus, the central discussion space that acts as a lax design workstation came to mind, whereby the central table allows for us to work independently at a distance, me on my scale models while Dad on his own projects, yet together through conversation. The proposed design at the end follows the same simple curvilinear form, with service-related spaces, the washroom and the kitchenette, allocated in close proximity with one another and act as the buffer spaces from the park into the solitary haven. The discussion space acts as the key space, whereby we can collaborate and communicate via our own projects. The resting space is the most isolated space, whereby it only has one point of entry and is capable of being fully enclosed for privacy and quiet. Individual working spaces are branches of the discussion space, whereby they are distinctly separated not by walls, but by height and distance. This is to accommodate our own personal needs, such as my own frequent meetings and calls with friends, and my dad's own meetings with church. A mechanical engineer comes with his own quirks, one of which is that he enjoys fixing things and being a handyman, the other being that he, naturally, likes mechanisms. The solitary haven is embedded with a plethora of mechanisms scattered throughout, as a means for the space to be adaptable to our needs and wants. Louvered walls were used extensively throughout the building to facilitate airflow and ventilation across the entire structure, while these things that I personally dubbed as platforms are also located throughout to allow for more workspace depending on our preferences. Two more singular mechanisms come in the form of the bookcase door that separates the main body of the structure with the private resting space. As both me and my dad enjoy reading and we don't exactly fancy owning Kindles anytime soon, I figured this was a useful way to implement a bookcase that allows for books to be accessible both from the discussion space and the resting space. The final mechanism comes in the form of a simple sliding panel that, when shut, creates a separation, while, when opened, facilitates communication from that particular working space and the discussion space. All in all, the trees throughout the site play their roles of separating zones, uniting spaces, and enclosing two users to be able to nurture their relationship again. So, what now? Well, It goes without saying that this project has been an experience, one of learning most definitely. And perhaps what struck me in this project is the importance of communication in maintaining any relationship. While my father and I are not on bad terms, I should re-emphasize, the drift is palpable to a certain awkward extent due to neglect on both of our ends. A social harmony whereby all parties are able to grow can only be achieved via effective communication and humility. An exchange of ideas, which is bound to bring some form of contentious disagreement along the way. However, that's how I believe members of any society are only able to learn from each other in their own unique, cooperative way. In the end, I can imagine that my dad and I are going to enjoy having some creative shenanigans in this solitary haven for two. With that said, that is all from me, and thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, darling, for that beautiful project. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the Q&A session. We have 10 minutes, so do ask our presenter any question regarding the project. So to access that Q&A session, do scan this QR code or click on the link in the comment section. This will bring you to our website that previews your question and we will read it out. So while we wait for the question to come in, let's warm up the floor by inviting tutors to share some quick thoughts. Architect Chong Xiumi, are you there? Sorry, Architect Chong Xiumi? Nicholas today.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. So, was designing the sensorial space a problem when trying to communicate over a low sensorial medium with Nicholas?
Really clearly page.
Sorry. Hi. So, Architect Chong Xiumi.
Yeah, can you repeat the question? I can't hear you just now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a question for Nicholas. For you to answer about Nicholas. So how was designing the sensorial space for semester 1 a problem while discussing about it online with Nicholas itself?
Were there any, let me rephrase your question. You're saying that were there any issues while designing the sensorial?
Yes.
I'm sure you have gone through the same page. Every students will definitely have the same issues faced by Nicholas. I guess Nicholas is actually a very disciplined student, I think, and the trial and error in the design process has been going on, throughout the studio, even through online, was helping him a lot. I mean, there were a lot of sketch models and sketches being projected, and organizing your sketches in the flow, because via online, you might actually have some form of a communication barrier kind of thing. But organizing your thoughts before your tutorial is actually very helpful for your tutor to really understand you, I guess. Yeah. So it's not like you come with loose sketches when your thoughts are, disarray, you're still thinking of what you should, but organizing it, even during tutorial, it's actually a discourse, right? It's a discussion. And having that, your tutor might be able to understand you clearly, as in what are the difficulties and the issues that you are facing, and how we could actually advise you on that. Yeah, that's my comment.
Wow, that's a very good comment about Nicholas' exam. So since there's no question coming in yet, so Nicholas, what do you think about your project itself? How's the process and what trouble have you gone through and everything?
I think the main trouble is we can't meet physically because the tutorials are all done online and all the sketches have to be pre-scanned before tutorial and we have to upload it, and all the sketch models we have to do. I think we have to do one day ahead, so we have enough time to like take nice pictures and nice angles for our tutors to have a look as if they are in the studio with us, looking at the model physically. I think that's the hardest part of having online tutorials, during this project.
So how is your expectation? Because since you're in semester 1, right? So your expectation with coming into starting this course itself, having it online and physically, because currently you guys are having hybrid, is it not?
Yeah, currently we're having physical tutorials, but when I entered first semester, then I never thought architecture was so conceptual, because semester 1 is more on like exploration and something to deal with narrative and conceptual parts. So yeah, it was kind of hard to like grasp on the project brief and all of that. Yeah, but slowly with tutors' guidance and all of that, then started to explore and like get a hang of what is happening in semester 1. Yeah.
I hope you enjoy the entire experience itself. So, Darlene, so how much thought that went into the process of bridging conversation between you and your father?
Well, not exactly sure if there's a quantitative measure to that, but I suppose that in order to illustrate, I guess it was the main driving idea behind my project for Studio 2. So when something is obviously at the core of the project, then obviously the most time is spent towards that. So yeah, everything inside the project is tied to around that concept. So perhaps that's an indicator of how much I was trying to bridge conversations with my own like personal relatives through that.
Is the entire concept of the building only available for your father and you, or like do you have thought of any other family members to use the building?
Perhaps while it was mainly tailored towards between me and my dad, because how should I say this? Perhaps it's like when we want to approach things, we want to approach areas that we have to address. So for me personally, based on the brief, that was the area that I had to address. But of course, if I wanted to spend time with my mom, my brother, or any other relatives, that's also great as well. But for that project specifically, I tailored it towards just me and my dad. So yeah.
So you're in semester 3 now. So what was like the jump from semester 2 to semester 3? Because you had your semester 2 online. Like, basically the same question for Nicholas also applies to you.
Okay. So Nicholas, do you want to take this question first? Or do you want me to take this question?
You can go first.
Okay, sure. So of course the jump in between semester 2 to semester 3, which I've just started recently. Of course, besides the big difference from an online environment to a physical environment, is also of course the greater leap in the level in terms of how we are approaching our project, is from which perspective, so on and so forth. So for year 1, perhaps the biggest difference you can tell is that in year 1, I was more tailored towards myself, my family, so on and so forth. And it's really easy to process these ideas through because, of course, you know yourself quite well. I would say maybe you don't know yourself fully, but you know yourself quite well. But in semester 3, and perhaps semester 4 later on, it is about knowing the community that you're serving. So that's the biggest difference so far that I've experienced.
Thanks. How about you, Nicholas?
I think would be the transition from online online tutorials to really physical studio life. I think that's I'm still like how do I put this, like it's still a very interesting life to be in physical studios. And also the transition of I would think semester 1 is quite conceptual, and then semester 2 you started to have like guidelines on your projects and all of that, and you're somehow restricted to some things. Yeah, that's all.
Right. That's a good answer from both of you. It's very interesting to see like juniors stepping up from going from semester to semester. I'm so proud as a senior. So let's move on to level 2. So level 2. It is about community spaces where conversation between neighborhoods, microtowns, and kampong take places, and it is usually targeted around 100 people itself. So this level will be covered by our year 2 students from semester 3 and 4. So before we go into their presentation, here is the public's view on it. Support. In terms of assistance itself. So is the most important outcome of the bridging conversation through suburban level itself from the public. Then in terms of spaces, the park was chosen as the most suitable place for this. Now, without further ado, let's welcome our presentation from Year 2 Semester 3 Studio, T. Yi-En. Her tutor was architect Chang Yan-Li. Hi, Yan, would you like to introduce yourself and the project?
Hello everyone, my name is Yi-En and thank you for coming today. This presentation is about a memory repository to preserve and engage in the memories of Macap Baru as a way to bridge conversations between neighborhoods. I hope you enjoy my presentation. This semester 3 final project is to design a memory repository emphasizing a strong engagement and relationship to the site, spatial experiences, and programmatic requirements with an area of not more than 450 square meters. Macap Baru Memory Repository, engaging the memory of the past. Located 30 kilometers to the north of central Melaka lies a new village named Kampung Baru Macap Baru, the largest new village in Melaka with around 10,000 in population. Macap Baru was an internment camp, functioned as a forced resettlement of Malayan peasantry during the Malayan emergency from 1948 to 1960 as a part of BRICS plan to isolate guerrillas from their supporters within the rural civilian populations. Before the emergency years, the village was populated by mostly rubber tappers, palm oil harvesters, and farmers who cultivate fruit crops like bananas and oolong tea. The remainder include business operators and shop owners such as the Rotikop Bakery, bike mechanics, and food vendors. Where more than 90% of the villagers are of Hakka descent that came to Malaya in search for greener pastures. Given that it is built near a dam, the commercial development is restricted and in turn, it retained its original features and customs. Majority of the houses did not undergo large renovations, thus retaining the original features of a new village house, maintaining its unique streetscape. Old customs follow as well, where most businesses are passed down to younger generations to flourish. These include the land cultivation, where villagers plant crops in sections of land outside of the village boundaries, where they used to work. These crops include palm oil trees, rubber trees, bananas, durians, and even dragon fruits. A place is distinguished by people, markets, governments, and institutions as much as it is by its physical landscape and natural resources, transportation systems, building, and boundaries. This memory repository is to allow visitors to understand what unites the people of Macap Baru while understanding their culture and history of place. Intention. The memory repository not only safekeeps and preserves memories of the place, but also acts as a community center for people to gather. It is intended to connect people socially, where people are able to socialize and find true connections between neighbors. It also promotes physical well-being with green spaces for physical and leisure activities, and environmentally sustainable features. Information. Providing a reading space allows villagers to be well-informed and to spark interesting conversations between them to learn and discover. The memory repository aims to celebrate the culture of place by allowing users to experience it themselves. Lastly, inclusivity, to make sure everyone feels included no matter ethnicity or age. Issues. In Macha Baru, most teenagers and adults left the village to work or study in larger towns and cities for better jobs and academic opportunities, resulting in the village being mostly children and elderly. Being a new village, most of the buildings there are for residential purposes, with only 10% of them are used as institutional, commercial, and industrial process purposes. These buildings are located near Jalan Macha Baru for us. It's convenient for loading of goods as well as to attract tourists stopping by the village. During the day, most people gather for lunch and to hang out with their friends in restaurants or the park opposite the entrance. With a clumped up gathering area, the human density shifts towards the entrance next to the road. Villagers are forced to travel a long distance just to have lunch and meet up with their friends, which could be dangerous for old people with weaker physical ability and children who have less awareness of road safety. Two sites were given, the park and the ruin site, in which the ruin site was chosen. The site is located in the heart of Macha Baru, with housing areas surrounding the site where villagers are able to easily access the space. It is not only accessible for the villagers, but also to tourists that wish to know more about Macha Baru. Thus, this location is perfect due to its straightforward route from the entrance via Jalan Balai that guides the people into Macha Baru, passing by the food stalls, houses, people before reaching their destination. Instead of just being around the commercial areas, they get to observe the unique residential space by walking through Macha. So looking into the site, surrounding it is the police station and residential buildings. It can be accessed via Jalan Balai into Lorong 7. Design strategies. The site boundaries are defined, removing the barbed wire surrounding the site for better permeability. Preservation. The preservation of on-site abandoned buildings are crucial to remind the people of its significance in the past, reigniting memories. There is an abandoned fire brigade and the abandoned library and office. These buildings were where the people used to gather before it was burned. The burning of the library was a huge loss where many books along with the information regarding Macha Baru are lost. Connection. The boundaries are split into 3 sections to allow a pathway linking both sides of the housing areas, allowing reconnection. It also acts as a shortcut. The boundaries are better redefined by following the historical axis to follow the building to fit in the axis of the site. Angles of the ruins and housing areas are used, blending in. The materials and roof forms are similar to the neighboring buildings to blend in with the surrounding existing structures. Materials used are zinc roofing, brick low walls, concrete vent blocks, timber walls, skylights, and concrete walls. Program spaces. The spaces are distributed into 3 programmatic categories: to engage, acknowledge, and experience, where the blue represents the people, yellow represents the heritage and history, and green represents their culture and lifestyle. These are the main aspects that unites the people of Macha. So walking through the memory repository, it aims to portray the experience of when a person first enters Macha. They will first be greeted by the humble people there, and then they will be able to further understand their heritage and history of place, passing by temples and abandoned buildings. Then finally getting to sit down to enjoy their culture and heritage of place. Spaces. There are 3 entrances in the building that ultimately leads them to the central point of unity where people gather. This space signifies the unity of Macha. Cycling culture. In Macha Baru, most people travel by motorcycle around the area as the roads are narrow and steep. Motorcycles are the best option to efficiently travel, thus the linking passages are wider to allow motorbikes to enter along with people. Upon entering, users travel to the foyer for administrative purposes. Located next to the drop-off area, children can stay there while waiting for their family to pick them up. Journeying to the gallery space, users will walk through this pathway that frames the view of the abandoned buildings. This helps to rouse visitors' curiosity of what is was, thus wanting to know the background of the place, while for the older generation of Macha Baru, they reminisce the time spent during the days while it is still in use. In the gallery, relevant photos and sculptures of the history of Macha Baru is placed on display. The gallery has a maze-like layout, which each wall showcases a different aspect of the history of Macha. Behind the gallery is an empty space that signifies a back alley, where people hang out as observed in the streets of Macha Baru. Spaces in between two buildings are always utilized to either put their belongings or act as a hangout space where neighbors meet and spark conversations. These back alley spaces are placed throughout the structure where people have their own little pocket space to stay in. Moving up to the first floor, the green roof area is where visitors carry out physical and leisure activities such as Tai Chi or even planting. Then, the book archive acts as a public library to promote learning for visitors to be well informed and to spark interesting conversations between them. Children can also obtain reading materials for academic purposes with a space to study with friends. The linking bridge connects the two buildings while functions as an observation deck over the whole structure. Through the bridge, visitors arrive at a workshop area where the visitors can experience the crafting culture of Hakka traditions such as bow making and red paper cutting. This habit is observed through the self-built structure around the village. Walking down the staircase, visitors arrive at the cafeteria that serves cultural food of Macha Baru. The frugal culture of the people help form delicacies like salted fish, roti kok, and lecha that are made from leftovers. Finally, arriving at the foyer, where cultural activities like night market and Chinese New Year celebrations are carried out. So throughout the space, there are many green pocket spaces within the memory repository, as planting is a hobby of many residents here, with fruit trees and oolong tea found in the gardens of the residents. It also acts as gathering spaces to where residents bring their own chairs and tables to sit around the greenery whilst having a nice cup of kopi. So we comfort ourselves by reliving memories of protection, that something close must retain our memories while leaving them their original value as images. Spaces are determined by the memories engraved within. To have a memory repository is to preserve history that helps shape the future of place. Thus, having conversations about the past is crucial in obtaining a good understanding of the true identity of a place, and in this case, the true identity of home. Special thanks to Miss Yan for guiding me throughout this project, which I struggle a lot with, not understanding how to respond to the site, special poetics, nor the people's programmatic needs, on top of the struggle of using softwares like Revit and Photoshop. I wouldn't have been able to submit the project if it wasn't for her continuous guidance and support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ian, for that presentation. The presentation was wonderful. Next up, I'll be passing the floor to our presenters from Semester 4, Ryan, and his project is guided by Mr. Hazard. The floor is yours, Ryan.
All right. Firstly, I would like to thank Ian for the insightful presentation. Hello, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Thank you for attending the Future Thinker Forum. My name is Ryan from Semester 4, and I hope you enjoy my proposal for utopian patterns for USJ2's Kebun community. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. My name is Ryan and I would like to present my Studio 4 final project for the Kebun community. A humble farming community starting off in the USJ2 community is the Kebun community. Site is located in Subang Jaya within the USJ2 neighborhood. The park is located right in the middle of the neighborhood, where it is surrounded by two-story residential houses. The community aims to provide farming possibilities for everyone around the site and be more. Hence why the design brief main objective is to bring new agricultural practices within the site and bring the community together through bridging conversations. If you look into the extraction of elements from the site with connection to the community in regard to that suburban level is raw built form surrounded by the landscape, two-story houses, communal engagement facilities, the people of the Kebun community and its unique topography, the farming spaces within the site as well. With that, I move into layers of locality, the park as a whole. The proposed main microsite plan and its entry points to the site. Moreover, the design concept where it takes on the round shape of a topography as part of the rubber tapping trees, where the inner rings represent each layer of the site. With that, for my conceptual imagination, it is seen as a standpoint where the Kibun Community Plus to achieve that dream of how the existing social reality within the site can be positively transformed to emphasize on its best aspects and enhance them through integrated systems that bring the community as a whole, giving that sense of blurring boundaries between. Now moving on to the synthesis on ideation. The issues related to the community's apathy in the suburban level is mainly the boundaries that have no shared interests. There's a perceptual segregation from the site, and there's a missing focal point to draw attention. With looking at the tangible and intangible patterns, to really blur the boundaries between these aspects, to interrelate the patterns to form new kinds of dialogue within the users. Moving on to the idea reference of Systema Naturae and modernity of landscape, is it possible to have an organic sense of abstract within that systematic realm? With the translation on the initial ideas is the exploration of the use of grids, cluster typology, and how the design can be in contrast to the whole site. That utopian patterns where it serves as the community's beacon of genesis in and around the site. So if you look into the conceptual framework where the analysis of how the communal imagination can be made into practical design, firstly being habitat, something that's embedded in nature, and social dimensions and how the spatial fluidity and bridging conversations can be made part of the plus component, and other being spatial arrangement with having various spatial possibilities in a three-dimensional plane. Firstly, looking into how the social dimensions whereby the idea of a factory garden, a cycle, which is growing, harvesting, selling and storing, cooking and dining, and lastly composting. These phases nullify the boundaries where everyone of the community helps fulfill each phase throughout the year. Moving on to the spatial arrangement and how numerous possibilities can be explored relating to the cycles during these 5 phases, the spatial composition changes multiple times within a whole day and year with the help of gantry crane design to allow the spaces to move. So the layers of vertical farming are implemented with this cycle of phases that can be grown all throughout the year, hence why the site contributes to the main design in making the site functional. Transitioning on to the abstract iteration on how the play of colors and organic contrast with the tightly controlled lines showing that order within disorder around the site. So these are our close-up shots of the abstract iteration. Moving into the explored axonometry, the design consists of several integrated systems such as the facade system, the main core as the key space that connects the whole design scheme, elevated spaces, the gantry crane system that allows the spaces to move, and lastly, the roof system. Looking at the floor plans, the spatial layout is made out to be mimicking the clustered tree typology merged with grid-like arrangement as a pattern system, and the entry points into the spaces are as allocated. Looking into the key spaces, the main core space herb growing area which extends the market phase, the main market space expanding to the allotment space to work hand in hand, community kitchen space, composting area for workshops within the community, ground floor harvesting area. Moving on to the first floor, a cultivation space for all the plants and vegetables in the design, and other tethered growing spaces. And more growing spaces to cater all the factory garden's needs. And lastly, the core pollination area at the top. So looking into the phases and how the spaces change in each cycle is, firstly, we look into the growing phase, whereby the spaces are unchanged, tethered up in their original configuration. However, the ground floor building envelope facades are taken out to allow the growth of plants during daytime. In the second phase, the spaces change significantly where they are brought closer to the main core for harvest cycle and eventually be stored in the main core when it's time to sell. The building envelope facades are brought inside for the users to harvest easily. Third phase being the first pattern in datum layer where all the spaces are tethered all the way down to allow the whole ground floor to become a morning market from the time of 8 AM to 12 PM. The storage space from the main core expands outwards into the market to fully display the fresh harvest from the previous phase. Transitioning into the next phase, cooking and dining in the datum layer, in which during the times of 6 to 10 p.m., the whole floor becomes a food bazaar for the community, whereby the mobile cooking stations are distributed along the spaces, complementing with the main core kitchen, which is mainly for the community workers. Next is the compost phase. The compost from the dining and the other phases are distributed to the site and the vertical farming layers as a source of fertilizer. Lastly is the communal phase, where for the cultural celebrations and Friday prayer, the spaces are moved all the way to the right to become more open space to cater that multiracial community in USJ2 in hopes of bridging conversations. Life spills into the morning market from the time of 8 to 12 p.m., where all the spaces are tethered down to extend the ground floor's functionality, allowing the users to get access to all the fresh produce from that day itself. Looking into the facade system, a lightweight rope system to harness vegetation and permeable within to allow transparency of communication within the users of the community. And ground floor building envelope facade with planter boxes that can be detached to give that sense of modularity to the design. Several functions of the facade contribute to the design. Mainly, it controls the wind load into the interior spaces and also acts as a water shield. The close proximity of the allotment spaces, market, and the herb garden walls allow the engagement in conversations in users with all the various combinations of spatial arrangement in the datum layer. Facade of the main core is a potted facade where the users are able to plant herbs, give a sense of modularity as they can be detached and arranged during the market time. Ingredients are homegrown, bringing the principle of garden to table where the ingredients are in arm's reach for everyone and anyone in the community. Furthermore, the workers get to experience work that is always ever evolving with the change in phases, giving a more exciting worker experience all around. Thus, people can learn more about plants and such, emphasizing on the relationship of tangible connection with natural life. Moving into the facade intention of the plant growing system of the revolving timber frame connected to a track which gives the ability to arrange in different manners for different phases of the day and year. Lastly, the main core houses fauna such as butterflies that are used as a biotic factor to allow that cross-pollination, acting as its own microclimate within the structure. Expanding the main core's hydrological process, the harvested rainwater is used by the floors below as a misting system that keeps the proper humidity for the plants to grow and keep the harvested vegetables and such fresh and healthy. Ventilation. A polycarbonate sheet is used between the box truss with two slits going across the sheet as a passive design strategy to allow some sort of stacked ventilation, and to expand the idea of permeability, the roof is openable to allow proper ventilation of spaces and also provide direct sunlight for the plants. In the roof arrangement patterns, it is modifiable depending on the various external factors such as weather, sun path, and to cater the phases in accordance of the design. So coming back to how does the proposal benefit the community in bridging conversations within all users? Firstly, is that small social enterprises will elevate the economy and well-being of the community. Next, to introduce new learning experience in the site for all age groups. And lastly, to introduce and expand agricultural practices in the site to ensure communal discourse and togetherness. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for the detailed proposal, and that concludes our second year degree presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now the Q&A session. We have again 10 minutes. Feel free to ask our presenters of any question regarding their project. Same as before, do scan this QR code. It's the same QR code as the previous link, or click on the link in the comment section below to get access to the Q&A session.
Actually, this happened to a lot of civilizations. Okay,
All right, so let's invite the respective tutors of each of the semesters. So, Miss Yenny, Architect Yenny.
Hi.
Hi. How was your journey into poetry in this semester 3? Like, was it like difficult for her to adapt to the poetry of semester 3? Because it's a new introduction to the semesters.
I would say it's difficult for every student. Then I think the challenge of semester 3 is that you have to translate a narrative or poetry, which typically would probably be a kind of text, I would say. Right now you have to think about it, how do I translate that into spaces? So it's a lot to grasp because it's not just translating the narrative into spaces, but making the spaces work and then grasping how do you deal with the analysis that you have done on site. How do you respond to it? I'm sure you are well versed with that too, right, Paige? Because you've gone through that.
Yeah.
So, but I think she has done well in that. She has managed to tie all the threads together.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Annie. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Yeah, me too. Okay, let's meet on campus, okay?
Sure. How about Mr. Hazazi for Ryan itself? We have a question for you.
Hi.
Hi. So how much of a dialogue did the Carbon Community USJ2's future took center stage in Ryan's proposal? So how much does the future of this community did Ryan look into doing his project proposal itself?
I think for us in Studio 4, I think led by Mr. Nazmi, I think the brief of the project talks about the balance between or trying to identify the zeitgeist of the community itself, which is the USJ community, and then the fact that there's an open space, quite luxurious open space for an old neighborhood, where they also have communal activities involving urban farming and stuff like that. And of course, since the MCO and all that, I think that more people are starting to dwell into all these kind of activities. So in terms of investigation, I see like, because we try to strike the balance between not going too far or being a social scientist, like interview everyone, all the decision of the design must come consensus with the community, whether they want this or whether they want that. I think like we try to create an abstraction where the students would think of a program or solution based on the given brief. But I think the more exploration in terms for myself in the group, I focus more in terms of trying to identify a type of building that is suitable to be built over there. So when you talk about like garden buildings with gardens, so what type of gardens that you're talking about, whether it's a central courtyard kind of garden, or whether it's multiple courtyards, or whether it's the kind of building where the vegetation becomes the envelope. And then in terms of the community, whatever that has been discovered from the analysis should basically fall into place in terms of improving the design or getting the solution for the building. And one thing quite interesting in the Studio 4 design brief is that before they develop their individual project, there's this exercise of a mini master plan. This is because the site itself is located on top of the hill, like not like literally a huge hill, like a small mount hill, but it's actually quite high. Let's say about 6 to 9 meters from the road level. So it is about 3 stories difference with the neighboring context. So if we to design something in the middle over there, and you have a buffer around the area, then you don't have the context to respond to. So by doing that master plan, it's good that they start to basically propose something to respond to. within the neighborhood, and to respond to that through the design. So I would say something like that.
See, thank
I
you,
hope I
Mr.
answered the
Hazard.
question.
Yeah. You did. Oh, so we have a question coming in. So let's start with a question for Yi Eun. Did you interview the local resident of Machap?
Yes, I actually went to Machap twice for this project. Like the first time I went is to mainly like ask questions and like interview the locals and the uncle aunties at the park. And like the second time I went is because I felt like I don't quite like understand it enough. And then I went the second time to like take more pictures. Yeah, and then ask more questions.
That's nice. Usually for site analysis, you have to go a few times to get grasp of it. Yeah, that's a good habit to do. And then the next question is for potted facade system. So this is probably for Ryan. So the potted facade system, as mentioned earlier, is there a limit of how many you can put together, and does that affect its effectiveness?
For me, based off all the modeling and all the measurements, the part facade system is highly modifiable, and mainly it's horizontally modifiable. And as you can sort of like go as long as you want. And then if you go vertically above that certain limit, like 3 meters or more, it can sort of be said that it's quite unsafe. So yeah, that's the main overall aspect of modifiability within that facade system.
Right, thank you. Unfortunately, that's all we have for the Q&A session for year 2. Thank you so much for those who asked the question, and thank you to the tutors who have participated too. So this Q&A session link will be open for discussion until the next Q&A session. So feel free to continue asking as it all will be happening behind the scenes. Right. So moving on to level 3, into the public spaces where local businesses, immigrant workers, street dwellers are in conversation with each other, and it's usually targeted around 300 to 500 people. So this level will be covered by our by our year 3 students. So here is our public's view on this. Oh, someone muted. All right. So wedding invitation is voted as the most important outcome of bridging conversation on urban level between your townsfolk. Then a coffee house or a kopitiam itself is the spaces that most happening for this. So as for our 5th speaker of the day, representing degree year 3 semester 5, we have Lee Xuehe, tutored by Miss Indrani. So let's welcome Xuehe. Would you like to introduce yourself and the project?
Hi everyone, I'm Xuehe, and I'm going to present my semester 5 work on the Neighborhood Urban Center in Klang. Before that, I would like to express my gratitude to my Studio 5 module coordinator, Dr. Suchi, and also my tutor, Ms. Indrani, for all their guidance and effort throughout the semester. Hope you guys can enjoy the sharing. Thank you.
Studio 5 focuses on the notion of architecture for placemaking. Placemaking means creating places and focuses on transforming public spaces to strengthen the connections between people and these places. Personally, I think placemaking is about people-place relationship. The place we are talking about today is downtown Klang, which consists of the historic core of Klang City, divided by the Klang River into northern and southern region. It was once a blooming town in Malaysia back in the 15th century due to its tin mining industry. Today, the existing railway track, which was built for tin transportation, and the 2 bridges, Mbikota Bridge and Jalan Tengku Kelana, disrupt the development and the overall continuity of city form in the southeast region, which Studio 5 required us to work on. The morphological pattern of the site starts from a vehicular and pedestrian path that forms rectilinear grid, which is a very effective urban grid system that defines high flexibility urban blocks within. All these urban blocks are categorized into different districts based on functional zoning and built forms, in which a combination of fine-grained and coarse-grained architecture interweave within the urban fabric. The small urban blocks improves physical permeability and walkability as they offer more choices of roads than a single large block. The given corner lot site sits at the main junction of Jalan Besar and Jalan Station, where the existing shophouses are to be demolished. From the east and north facing elevation, 5-foot walkway, as a typical facade element, provides continuous linkage to pedestrian circulation with temporary cut-offs at recurring back lanes. Car parking, service components, private back doors, and informal wall artworks reflect the interesting behaviors of back alley users. Prioritized dead end can be seen between some shophouse lots. Paved pedestrian lanes are found along the 5-foot walkway. Historical shophouses here are rather fine-grained, with intricate decorative architectural elements integrated on the facades and are with consistent height. After understanding the site as place, how about the people? The potential users at the site can be either locals or visitors. Each would wish to engage to the place differently. The current and post-pandemic scenario brought about the vulnerable communities of elderlies, working groups, families, youths, and children who have been displaced by current challenges of communication, mental and physical health, knowledge, and everyday needs. The vibrancy of downtown Klang as a cultural melting pot with its multiracial community, diverse economics, and interesting corners to be explored is masked by lost spaces within the urban fabric in the forms of unused lands, vacated shophouses, unmaintained building features, ill-defined open spaces, and etc. There's no formal public gathering space, hence community interaction and chance encounters are greatly reduced. This condition has resulted in segregation within the community, causing weak bonding and low level of appreciation to the place. So, what are the opportunities that the urban lost spaces give? What can be done to transform the public space into a place for public, where healthy interactions between users and the place can be established, thereby promoting social unity? The strategic locations of the corner lot site captures the significant node at the street intersection of Jalan Besar and Jalan Station. The opposite KTM station indicates major access point of visitors and tourists as potential user groups. The famous Chongkok Kopitiam promotes intense social interaction during the days. Informal lifestyle exploration at the back alley and the vibrant roofscape were also some interesting elements that could be incorporated into the design. The unique site boundary with different existing frontage setbacks also gives opportunity to boardwalk integration to increase walkability to site. The site delivers positive and meaningful views that shall be wisely captured to better engage the users to the place. The Klang Neighborhood Center for Wellbeing acts as an architectural catalyst that reveals the hidden vibrancy of the place and addresses the well-being needs of the community. It also aims to provide visual experiences that stimulate feelings towards the historical town through people-place engagement, while maintaining or even highlighting the local character of the urban fabric with formal and spatial design decisions that manifest the existing architectural elements on site. It is intended to stimulate meaningful interactions between various potential user groups and allows functional flexibility that adapt to varying programmatic and climatic demands. After reading the site context, we shall now talk about the design strategies and its development process. Firstly, paths are established considering the addition of required setbacks as well as the pedestrian and vehicular movement patterns. Entrances were planned to be on the axis that connects the two 5-foot walkways, and drop-off points were proposed to be adjacent to Jalan Station, which carry major vehicular circulation from the main route. An initial massing is outlined according to the site boundary. Program zoning is done with consideration to privacy level. Main entrance is recessed and angled to give emphasis and smooth transition from the 5-foot walkway. A hidden alley-like corridor is intended to direct users from the 5-foot walkway into the back alley or vice versa. Outdoor environment is introduced to create a sense of casualness that manifests Klang's informal lifestyle. The significance of the party wall as a typical architectural element that reflects the identity of local shophouses was captured. The building form is streamlined to echo with the scale of the surrounding building. Building height is controlled as not to overpower the existing roofline. Roadside boardwalk was introduced to act as an interesting prelude as part of the serial vision journey for pedestrians coming from Jalan Besar. The facade is permeable to connect users from the inside to outside. Outdoor decking engage users with the vibrant streetscape. It is also a strategy to showcase community interactions that adds liveliness to the urban fabric. Vegetation provides shades and further softens facade edges. Public space is activated through flexible features that encourage different modes of user interaction. Programs are extended to the roof and sunken underground space. Retractable structures are used to shade outdoor areas while ensuring daylighting. The idea for architectural elements are extracted from the local shophouses to blend architectural scheme into its surrounding context. The ground level features public gathering space as individual pocket green area and flexible seating to cater to different gathering purposes. An outdoor public staircase that transforms into a mini amphitheater during special events gives the user option to use the building externally for casual gathering, further enhancing public realm. A flexible market space enhances user interactions while creating job opportunities. Space below the public staircase is utilized as performance green room by partly sinking the floor underground by 1 meter to give sufficient headroom. Considering the location of site opposite to the train station welcoming tourists, a tourist information center is included to accommodate this potential user group. Users can get into the lobby and reception from the main entrance or via the informal entrance from the corridor gallery that features an alleyway cafe. The secondary entrance leads to a job search center that provides career consultation services, digital career profiling corner, and a room for job interview, whereas the neighborhood center acts as an activity space for community meeting and neighborhood gathering. The first floor is mainly designed for learning and information that suits different working modes where users can choose to have a quiet and individual learning environment for self-study or to work in groups in the open collaboration room. The local history room establishes a connection to the corridor gallery below, creating interesting user experience. Under the informal meeting lounge that also acts as a staircase connecting the upper level is an area for light and casual reading. Outdoor decking is designed to connect users to the vibrant streetscape. The second floor focuses on spaces for family well-being, which include family consultation services and a children play-learn space. The staircase of the informal meeting lounge, with private pocket space, becomes an alternative to the atrium staircase, which improves user circulation. Similarly, outdoor decking is incorporated at building's periphery as consistent design language. The attic space at the roof level is used for informal gathering and entertainment purposes, while the flat roof area becomes a good spot for outdoor gathering. Facade and envelope design is inspired by typical architectural elements that are present in the neighboring vernacular shophouses. Due to the building typology as a community center, the architecture strives for a sustainable scheme that requires easy and low-cost maintenance by maximizing daylighting through the integration of flexible shades, skylights, glass windows, rotatable shutters, atrium staircase, and large openings. Indoor air is also naturally regulated through the combined effect of cross and stack ventilation, mainly facilitated by highly permeable facades and a central atrium. Klang Neighborhood Center for Wellbeing is a people-oriented design where architecture invites to reflect on the place, to enhance connections, to explore and discover, thus bringing people together. With this, I will end my sharing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheher, for the contextual presentation. It was very nice. Next up, I'll be passing the floor to our representative from Semester 6, Mas Khan, under the guidance of A.R. Albert Shu, to introduce himself and to present his final project. Mas,
Hello everyone. My name is Asfan. I was tutored by Mr. Edward.
Mas, you're muted.
Hello everyone. My name is Mas Khan. I was tutored by Mr. Edward. So it's a great honor to be presenting the Future Thinkers. So I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Masfan and I am here to present my final architectural design project called the Cultural Art Room, Creating Opportunities Through Art. A landmark in the making within the fragile boundaries of Chocolate, a mere contrast in the urban fabric. Mismatching layers of Chocolate, the daily life of the people in Chocolate finds an imbalance within the income one earns, from an upper middle class to someone living below the poverty line. Differences in background due to ethnicities, religions, and businesses. The rapid urbanization has led down to these effects of fading identity of Chocolate, causing an increase in creating a negative impression that is wrongly associated to the lower earning group. A brief site introduction. An island site at one of the most active junctions in Chocolate, the site is majorly diverse with economic activities, making the macro site a business hub. Transient users, customers, business person, foodies, and students are the main highlights that fills in the live energy of the space. However, not to forget the neglected, underprivileged groups that are just the shadows on the ground of the main user. Why is chocolate seen as a negative impression? What lost the interest of people coming to chocolate for recreational purposes? And how can we resolve the current situation through art? Now I will start on my design intention with Chocolate's socio-economic stratification pyramid that showcases the comfort lifestyle achieved by 20% of the groups, whereas the majority of the remaining 80%, working and lower class, makes up to 50%, who struggles on daily basis trying to save their money in torn pocket. One may ask why the lesser privileged group is commonly associated as a negative impression of chocolate. So, single bread earners of most of the families cannot keep up to supervise their families that leads to introduction of begging, homelessness, sex working, criminal activities, and drug misuse, making the growing generation aimless and vulnerable to these negative influences. So, the site isn't whitewashed and have a series of issues, tangibles creating urban and intangibles creating social issues, lack of positive outdoor spaces and recreational spaces leading to the fading architectural identity, social issues revolving around poor opportunities for the lesser privileged group and the growing generation within. This has affected the present well-being of the target users into avoiding and surviving within the fragile boundaries of chocolate. In order to provoke for a better future, an element of continuous learning was required, which was a cultural art room, a space that embodies the categories of recreational, learn and earn, and to create. You might be thinking, how will the growing generation and urban fabric benefit from the art and crafting? A very clear-cut answer: the world parting its ways into the field that are more creative thinking and digital revolution on the path. Our growing generation needs to have a creative side on them that needs an exposure. When the individuals keep themselves busy in an art room, that will help them to benefit on physiological and psychological levels, that when you earn from your own craft and learnings which would bring them ownership and responsibility. Moreover, the urban fabric benefits simultaneously. It would help Chocolate to attract tourists and diverse talents coming from different backgrounds, successfully humanizing the built environment and invigorating the public spaces. Finally, leading to the spaces that embodies within the urban room, catering the rapid urbanization and digital revolution for the growing generation, ownership and recognition for the marginalized group, and leisure and interact for the transient users and passerbys. Quoting a summary of the design concept. If their indoor environments are poor, we make their outdoor environments rich. A statemented visual contrast one needs to see within the town. So, how was the building inspired to be formed? Let's go through it and give it an insight. Responding to the immediate side, the shape and the form that was inspired by the three-point socket junction. Next thing was an access. Access along two of the KL's most profound art centers, National Art Gallery on the northwest and KLPAC on the southwest, giving an opportunity to position the form of the building at northeast to form an art triangle. How can we forget the old courtyard shophouses, giving the ideas on sustainable methods and inward sloping roofs, a sketch that's representative of that. And finally, the neglected site, back alley. The play of add and subtract within the back alley skyline gave it an idea to perforate the facade. Voila! A design done, just the first phase of the design concept sketch. Skipping to the final design phase now, and we will go through the mass development. The massing is divided into two parts, the ground mass and an elevated mass. Subtracting the zones from the main mass into the public services, an elevated public space to maximize the outdoor public space, and a roofless ground to increase the grandeur of the public space and making it more inviting for everyone. Moving on to the part 2, a functional space mass, subtracting the tri-axis form, dividing it into the required floor levels, and a play of push and pull of the floor levels, carving the mass based on the rooftop typology around the site, and finally, to a merging point of part 1 and part 2, an elevated structure for the floating mass. All the remaining spaces are converted into leisure landscape that helps to enhance the public realm. Since the building was completed but was lacking an inviting character that would yell an invitation to all different user groups, however, it needed to have a balance from going too bling for the underprivileged and too normal for the locals, which led to a solution of having a dull irregular pattern facade but with a contrasting ramp circulation colored in bright red, orange, and yellow that conveys the emotion of enthusiasm, optimism, and joy. The organic ramps create the breaks in the rigidity of the elevated mass and making it more explorative for the user to enter inside the building. The big part of the elevated mass is cladded in aluminium bifolding fixed panels that represents the irregularity within the chocolate's layer urbanism. The add and subtraction of permeability and enables the interior spaces to have controlled daylighting, ventilation, and view framing. Moving on to the ground floor plan for your reference, you'll see the majority of the outdoor spaces are occupied as public realm spaces that give the space for the empowerment of the growing generation of the underprivileged group to learn, earn, relax, interact, and to explore. Here is a visual of the public guard drop-off that showcases the grandeur of the building entrance that is kept blurred with the dense vegetation. A visual of how the outdoor theatrical spaces would work, giving an opportunity to everyone from different backgrounds to interact into live performances. A lot of blank spaces for the creative minds from all the groups to fill up and personalize the spaces to their likings through art. And finally, a use of nature's element to enhance the recreational opportunity being created. Here's a visual of the relaxed lounge at the open mezzanine level. If we talk about the poetics of the spaces, it is reflected within the monumental steel construction, which is exposed on the interior and showcases the elements of nothing is impossible to build, and leaves the user to think into their imagination. Looking at the longitudinal section, you can see the spaces that allows a growing generation to learn and the local community to teach via volunteerism basis, where the knowledge is shared among everyone. Spaces such as painting and sculpture studio help in enhancing one's creative growth, art therapy room helping on physiological and psychological levels to improve their well-being, and the cultural art workshop space with digital creative lab provides an interactive learning space. The open plan spaces allow the user maximize usability of the spaces to interact and learn within the interior spaces. This one is for, on the left side is the cultural art workshop space, whereas on the right side is the painting studio. You might be wondering how does that 15-meter span can deliver work in art in the looks. The monumental steel construction creates an artistic statement in the town of Choket that helps to reinvent Choket as an art hub. The structure is divided into three parts. One structural column with the tree trusses. Secondly, prefabricated division frames that holds the composite decks and roofings. And finally, third one, a steel skeletal frame, a fully fabricated steel frame that have an extended interconnecting beams for maximum support. At this point, we have reached to a conclusion. I want to recall my concept quote that if their indoor environments are poor, we make their outdoor environments rich. So I asked myself, have we made their indoor environments rich and their outdoor environments richer? Not yet, but very soon, because it takes time. So, when the fine line between the groups of what one earns is dissolved, a uniting factor to share knowledge on one platform is formed, where volunteer teaching is practiced for growing generation within the larger context in order to create a domino effect to eradicate the negative influences and promote lifelong learnings. Thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Thank you, Mas, for a stunning project presentation. Last but not least, introducing our final presenters for the Bachelor of Science Architecture, Ryan Ng, another returning future thinker guided by A.R. Teo, who is also in semester 6. Let's pass the mic to him to introduce himself.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan, tutored by Mr. Waken in semester 6. Thank you all for being here today. It's a very huge honor for me to be able to share with you guys my final design studio project, and I hope you guys enjoy the presentation. Thank you.
Tucked within the concrete jungles and busy cities unfold one of the last authentic neighborhoods of KL City, Chowkit. It is currently in desperate need of a third place for the locals as they barely have any breathing space in their tiny shophouse compartments. The site is a parking lot of 2,400 square meters with a total of 1,560 square meters buildable area. The parking lot is within a district of old shop houses, opposite a skyscraper district separated by Jalan Sri Amar. The Moving Chowkit is an architectural design proposal that aims to facilitate for the future possibilities of the ever-growing community and ever-changing brutal environment. Inspired by the mundane of moving boxes with wheels that can be deeply associated by the locals' daily lifestyle, regardless of scale and purpose, a design scheme is proposed to resonate with the local community's mundane by creating a playful and interactive architectural piece for the people of Chowkit. Throughout the history, the locals exhibit a dualism quality that is evident up until today. They prove to be resilient Homo sapiens as well as pleasure seekers. Tracing back to the early settlements of how the Mandalay community left their home countries for better job opportunities, numerous catastrophic events that had transpired, the Rumah Dagil which witnessed rapid development, and also the stateless children who strive to obtain education, you can definitely get a gist of how tough they are. Chowkit, which used to be the best entertainment hotspot with cinemas and open-air concerts filling the town, has transformed into the nation's wholesale paradise today. The opium and drug addiction, the red light district activities also rose exponentially to tackle harsh daily environments for instant dopamine sources. Hence, the bad reputation of Chowkit today. The pleasure-seeking and resilient-spirited traits of local intertwining together makes Chowkit a unique urban scape. After learning about the site, I've noticed that there are two things that almost everyone in Chowkit can live without: boxes and wheels. The boxes signify a container that contains goods to be sold, goods to be bought, necessities, storage for goods, and ultimately sources of joy. The wheels, on the other hand, is how they actually carry and move the boxes around to be sold, signifying mobility and adaptability to locals' needs. The boxes come in different scales and functions, and they are vastly visible on site. And also wheels that are crucial for the locals to maneuver around the neighborhood. The evolution of cycling are also exhibited by the demographics of different ages. The humble daily routine of a wholesaler in Chowkit comprises a constant cycle of heavy labor work during the day and leisure time at night. As you can see, there are constant movements during the day as businesses are carried on. These photos capture the moving urban grains in human scale. As sun sets, people start to settle down and rest. The urban grains around site changes with time throughout the day. Closed stalls are shoved in these metal boxes and hidden behind back alleys when it's closed. Moving of these boxes and trays of wholesale goods announces opening of the market. The initially vehicular roads transforms into markets during operating hours. The transformation of vehicular paths into pedestrian-friendly streets shows the temporal nature of site, meaning the architecture should reflect with this trait also. Design ideas were then curated in response to my studies of Chowkit. Themes of unboxing Chowkit, learn through play, push and promotion, and transportation systems of the building design were taken into account. Transformable and adaptable design were also kept in mind. My design approach is then broken down into three architectural strategies: adaptability in terms of functionality, modular typology, and steampunk/dieselpunk inspired architectural poetics. Kishore Kurokawa's philosophy on metabolist architecture, which was way ahead of its time and alienated by the general public, is especially relevant and applicable today with our current post-pandemic status. He strongly believes that architecture should obey to the laws of nature and adhere to the cycle of life and death. Nakagin Capsule Tower embodies his beliefs on each building components are with varying lifespans. Therefore, renewable capsules were designed to attach and detach. Richard Rogers, who is not afraid of exposing the arguably ugliest building services of a building as facades, intelligently allowed large and flexible internal spaces and made a steampunk-looking architectural masterpiece in my opinion. With my studies, I designed a hybrid layout inspired by these two typologies, expressing my concept architecturally and technically. The Chowkit Urban Living Room intends to have a long lifespan, adaptive to the community's ever-changing needs, and to be more cost-effective. Instead of building an entirely new building, just replace what's irrelevant or broken. Moving on, these are the 5 major user groups targeted to be incorporated into the program planning: the children of Chowkit, wholesalers, the homeless, white-collar, and the transient users. Programs were mapped according to their needs, and the categories of resilience, entertainment, and play were broken down into 3 clusters. Bubble diagrams were strategically generated to respond to the users on site with suitable programs. Here's a conceptual artwork that I did to express the design resembling the moving of boxes. For the final design, the structure framework is designed first with elongated protruding columns and beams suggesting future expansion. It signifies Chowkit's resilience and growth. Then the building services like elevators, lavatory pods, staircases were pushed out to the facades, expressing how the building is alive and moves. After that, the modular capsule structures were slotted in, like stocking of boxes of goods. Finally, building envelopes and facade treatments were done to reflect the quality of internal spaces, inspired by roller shutters and chick blinds of shophouses. And this is how the final design looks like. This view aims to portray and accentuate that Chowkit is actually a city of moving boxes, and how it changes throughout the day. For the skyscraper located on the south, the occupants are able to interact with the urban living room with movements of the fifth facade. The building can be dissected into two sides, each expressing individual essence of Chowkit. The left section comprises capsules on upright position as if stocks are stored organizedly. It also expresses the static motion of neighborhood at night and how everyone is taking a rest from a long day. On the right side, the boxes can be seen are tilted on a certain degree, expressing movements alongside with the spiraling slides. This represents how the city is constantly moving during the day and how busy the wholesale trading industry is. These are the zoning of the clusters, resilient theme programs, film programs, and children-centric programs. Lastly, the services which are pushed to the facade, forming large open space in the middle. Now, let me take you through the spaces and features of the design. These are the access points to the building, and the ground floor is designed with high permeability. There is a central courtyard with plantations penetrating through from the basement level, a spiraling slide for all ages, and a safe urban playscape so that the kids don't have to play on the roads. The basement has a higher ceiling height to accommodate for the rotating puzzle car park system, tackling the issue of small urban footprint. On level 1 is where the community can immerse themselves into the cinematic realm. With a double volume cinema box featuring a projector room, the central atrium also allows for a bigger scale exhibition. The cinema allows the people of Chowkit to temporarily escape from reality. This space allows children to reenact what they've watched in the cinema or share stories of Chowkit. On top of the communal kitchen is where the urban farm and plantation workshop are located, allowing the users to cook downstairs with fresh ingredients. The daycare here is also for the children to spend their time learning while their parents are busy working. Static floating resting pods are provided throughout the levels, while moving escalator capsules ascends and descends constantly throughout the building. The spiral slide represents movements and penetrates all levels to connect them. The resting pods can be seen floating in the atrium on the other side. The third floor celebrates the artistic and creative side of Chowkit. The facades utilize the wheeling system, allowing users to manually open and close the facade skin with their own desire. The elevators dominating the front facade allows users to have a KLCC view whilst ascending up the building. The prefabricated lavatory pods on the north facade are also replaceable as they have shorter lifespans. On the roof level, suspended structures are able to accommodate for future expansions, and capsules can be added onto this level. Temporary spaces can be quickly constructed to tackle immediate communal needs, like quarantine dorms or vaccination centers. The roof, like the facade skins, can be manually opened and closed, allowing community to interact with the architecture. Through the west section, the resting pods can be seen floating in the centric atrium, as if the crane is actually moving the boxes into the building to be stored. In the rear section, the cinema utilizes the angled floor as seats and stairs. The spiraling slides can also be seen tying all the levels together. Overall, this proposal envisions to engage the community to be able to connect with the spirit of Chowkit through unboxing each spaces, each unfolding uniqueness of the locals, subsequently improving the well-being and future success of the users. Before I end, allow me to show you a short video of how the building will look like sitting on site. And that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for the impressive presentation. That concludes our Year 3 degree presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now once again our Q&A session. We have 10 minutes and feel free to ask our presenter any question regarding their presentation. Likewise, we'll start with the tutors. Dr. Suchi for Sheher. Hi. Are you here? I guess not. So let's move on. Mr. Edward for last.
Hi.
Hi.
The question, which question is that? The last question, is it?
No, not yet. It's a question separately from us.
Okay.
Yeah. So considering Mas' cultural background from Pakistan, how were his perspective in the designing discussion when you're discussing it with him, considering the proposal for childcare itself?
Yeah, I think Mas is a very matured and very independent student. Actually, a lot of ideas came from him, not really from us. As a tutor, we only like facilitate and guide him. We give them as much as encouragement and full support. So when he first mooted the ideas of the three-way junctions, I thought that was quite a good proposal, because we often see we often see four-way junctions and also T-junctions. When you go to this sort of places, when you look at the junctions, you look at the public spaces, it's very common. You don't see much of excitement. So when you mooted out the ideas of that Y junction, the three junctions, I thought that was good, because if you go to any three junctions or even a five junctions, which is not a very norm that you can see, it gives you a very different angle of perspective of the view. And imagine if you were to look at the building from a very various different angles, and that also will give you some kind of a visual excitement. And so when he mooted that idea, he said, wow, that was quite a good way of deriving inspirations from the contextual cues. So I said, why not? Why not you just give it a try and explore? And that was how it turned out to be.
And it turned out successful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood.
Thanks, Louis.
Moving on for Ryan's tutor, Mr. Prince. Were there any issues in responses on childcare that you and Ryan does not see eye to eye? Because there were two keywords that he was focusing on.
Hi, Paige. I was quite fortunate to credit Ryan for Project 1B, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I managed to go through his work, but his tutor is Architect Wicked. But I think Ryan is a very natural, creative designer. So I think it's a blessing to have someone like him. Very few students probably aims to push the boundary, and Ryan is one of them. Okay, I think he's the type of designer who find ways to excel. Okay, so regardless whether you're looking at Chowkit or looking at KL or other sites. Okay, so he managed to get hint and signals and from the elements on site, which I think he perfectly described in the extraordinary mundane concept that he proposed. Okay, not just the creative output. I think if you go through one thing that is very obvious is his design thinking. Okay, a very unconventional way of thinking and very refreshing. I think both Ryan and Mas gave like a very refreshing taste of what architecture can be. Okay. To tell you honestly, Paige and everyone, I think I had a difficult time. The group is very blessed with a lot of very good and creative designers. So okay, so it's like what Edward mentioned. We're here to facilitate, and if we see that designers are very passionate of their craft or their concept, we try our best to support them and guide them to the best of our ability. So congrats, Mas and Ryan. And Shuher also present by.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prince.
Dr. Suchi, I saw you unmute yourself just now. Hi. I have a question for you about Sheher's work itself. So Sheher's proposal on the urban context, is her proposal in that urban context speaking the same architectural language with each other, in your point of view?
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, Paige.
Yeah. Hi.
Yes, hi. Yeah, thanks for the question. Zuha's presentation on contextualization, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like are they speaking the same architectural language in your perspective?
Yeah. I mean, we have many approaches in Studio 5. Zuha's approach is about placemaking towards keeping the character in place. So it's a very formal language and very pragmatic language. So I think what she's done in terms of contextualizing is, if you have listened to her presentation, it's about keeping the elements of the existing shop houses without overwhelming by scale or form or content. So she is the one who kept, it could be movement pattern in the city, or it could be the scale and the facade design, or it could be the way she responded to the three sides of the boundary. I think she has responded to keep the design in sync. So we have three different approaches in Studio 5, either to associate with the context or to come with something contrasting with the context or to mimic the context. So I think this is something to do with associative to context. So that's what her design is about. You can also see her focus of the urban theory. It's about the Kevin Lynch's elements and the contact points, which I think she's executed very well in terms of scale and settings. So that's my take. I mean, there are many ways that you could see a design, and this design is about consistency of approach and keeping an architecture that would merge with the existing rather than bringing something radical and new. So her approach to architecture is to enrich the existing. So that's how I would see it. Is it true, Zuel? Maybe Zuel wants to add something.
So you want to add something?
Thank you, Dr. Suchi and Paige. I think, yeah, that's basically what I want to do. It's like to enrich the existing. Yeah.
It's amazing the consistency and the competency that she had throughout the semester. That's why she's future thinkers today.
Agree. So there's two questions for Sheher. Do you want to choose your question? Which one do you want to answer?
All right. For the question of how to produce the diagrams for the design of the process, I think personally, design thinking is definitely like, it's not a linear process. Sometimes you will have multiple ideas coming through simultaneously. So the point of showing the design development process for me is to summarize the design intentions and also to conclude what I want to do in a diagrammatic manner, so that it is easy to kind of show how I demonstrate my concept through different design decisions. So my approach is usually to first list down the interesting features or elements or considerations that I actually integrated into the design, then arrange them in a sequential order based on which one should come first and which it should come after, so that it will eventually shows how the design decisions in each phase is reflecting my design concept. So for the technical parts of how to produce the diagrams, it's actually a simple process of making a building massing in a 3D modeling software, then fix a view that can best express all the design decisions. Then I will do post-production on Photoshop on the same image with the same viewing angle, so to produce a series of diagrams that clearly show how I arrive at the finalized scheme. And then for the second feedback on the building should be physically attached to the adjacent shop houses. I think I apologize for the lack of understanding and also consideration on this aspect, and I think I will try my best to like pay more attention on this. Thank you for the mindful feedback. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Moving on, let's ask both Sem 6 presenters, what are the main precedents that contributed to your structural concept? Let's start with maybe Ryan.
For me, to tie back with the idea of modular typology and also the capsules that can be detached and attached, I got inspired by Nakagin Tower by the Nakagin Tower, and also the Pompidou Center also inspired me because he actually pushes all the ugliest building services at facade, like the escape staircase and also the lavatory pots. It's actually make a very interesting architecture, and also makes the internal space to be very flexible to adapt to whatever that the community needs at the moment. Yeah, that's my two main precedents that I have.
What about Mas?
So for me, my main structural concept was derived from a tower crane. So like how the counterweights works in the tower crane. So the 3-point masses in my building are like actually the counterweights from the structural columns. So, and one of the main like practical precedent study was Antwerp Courthouse by the ARD in Germany. So main concept was from the tower crane. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And sadly, that's all we can have, the time constraint for semester for year 3 presentation and the Q&A session. So thank you everyone once again for participating in the Q&A. That brings us to the end of the bachelor degree presentation. Now, before we move on to the master's program, I would like to request everyone to turn on your webcams for a quick group picture. Shall we take a group picture? So everyone, let's have your camera on. Yeah. Right, let's give it a few seconds more. Okay, now say peace. 1, 2, 3. Next page. 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 2, 3. That's 4 pages. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you. Now we'll go back to our event itself. So we would like to introduce our first guest speaker of today and our Taylor's alumni, Asyong and Yachin, who will be presenting their project that was shortlisted for Micro Home International Competition. So they are young architecture graduates who are still early in their architecture journey. They explore and experiment with different possibilities to test out their full potential. By sharing similar design philosophies, that architecture should be humble, respectful, and empathetic. They like working with each other to make a positive impact on the environment. Let's welcome Asyong and Jiaqi.
Hi, thank you, Paige. Good afternoon, lecturers and friends. We are really happy and grateful to be here today. I'm Asyong and Jiaqin. Jiaqin, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Hi, I'm Jiaqin. We would like to thank Mr. Prince and the lecturer for making this possible, and also Yash and his team for the patience and also putting this up together. Hope you all will enjoy our presentation. Last November, we took part in a competition called Micro Home, Small Living, Huge Impact, organized by B. Breedles. In this competition, we proposed a micro home called Courtyard House. We focus a lot on the aspect of a home, but what is home? Before we start sharing, we would like to introduce ourselves first. We graduated last August. We like working together, that's why we participated in this competition together. And today, we are here to share our thinking and design process.
So, when you first think of a micro home, do you associate it with dream home? Is there any contradiction? And if possible, can micro home become your dream home? So, when I was still in primary school, I remember that one of my homeworks was to draw a dream home. I had high expectation for it, and I created a whole fantasy that everything has to be as big as possible. The house has to be at least 3 floors, has a big swimming pool and a big garden. I used to believe that good things have to be big. And while we speak of micro home, are you thinking that micro home is all about squeezing everything in? And that you have to fold your bed every day, throw a lot of your stuff away just for the micro home to fit you? Is micro home only about practicality and functionality without any feeling of home? And if that is the case, how did we convince ourselves to live in a micro home? I think the solution that we provided is to design a micro home as dream home. How can a micro home be a dream home? We think that the answer to it is to design without compromising our personal lifestyle or the lifestyle we desire.
So, when we first started designing, we tried to ignore the word micro. We wanted to design a small space where we could call a home, but not a small space where we squeeze in a house. We tried to design a lifestyle which is based on the occupant's preferences and make it as personal as possible. The project has no site nor a specific client. In order to make it personal, intimate, enjoyable, and homey, we took the inspiration from our family day-to-day lives. It is an honest expression of how we live in our own home and our daily habits. And size shouldn't restrict our lifestyle. And big isn't always better. The brief by the organizer is very simple. It is about designing a home within 25 square meters for a professional couple, and it needs to have an off-grid system. And we also have a brief for ourselves. It is a micro home that suits people's personal lifestyle and not to change your lifestyle for the micro home. So, how do we design a dream house in a micro scale without compromising the homey feeling and practicality? For a couple who love socializing but scared of COVID.
And for me, I love kitchen island, but my house doesn't have one and I've never really had a chance to use it, so I've been craving it. I think that kitchen island is a piece of furniture that ties everyone together. I always imagine that it would be great if my family or friends could gather around the island, prepare food together, eat together, and chat together. I think kitchen island allows impromptu and casual conversation to happen multiple times throughout the day. For me, I think kitchen island is the heart of a home. So we started designing the layout from the heart of the home, which is the kitchen island, as in the center as a focal point for socializing. But having a kitchen island means that it requires a lot of circulation space around it, and it is not efficient to do it in a micro home. So to minimize the circulation space, we connect the island to the outdoor. And socializing could now happen indoor and outdoor seamlessly. And having a kitchen island is now no longer a luxury. Activities and conversation can flow in and out naturally, and the outdoor courtyard then becomes integral and connected to the daily lives. And Without a clear boundary, it makes small living feels big. And from the island, the activities then expand into the living room and dining room, with built-in seatings that overlooks the courtyard and the garden and serve as extra seating for the island. And this part becomes the living and socializing zone for the family and friends. Moving from communal to personal space, an L-shaped private zone wraps around the public zone. The clear separation of zones allows more privacy and acoustic protection. I'm pretty sure that none of you would want your friends to see your messy bedroom and your parents to nag on you.
So, the overall layout is formed. The zoning made a U-shaped layout. All the spaces come with a view to the center courtyard. The whole public socializing space surrounds the kitchen island, and people can just move around freely. The kitchen island also serves as informal dining in the garden, and the private zone has a small window with a courtyard view. Laundry, bathroom, and closet align together at the top, and working area and bedroom at the corner. And this is the most private area. Originally, we wanted to separate working spaces for the couple, because when we were discussing on this competition, my brother was playing video games, and he kept distracting us. So we think the same thing might happen to this couple, so one of them can work at the living area.
So, you first enter the micro home from the courtyard, and then you transition from the most public zone to the most private zone. And the U-shaped layout makes the courtyard feel protected and inviting, that your neighbor can chip in anytime and have a chat with you. And you enter the home with the island as the focal point and private courtyard as a backdrop. The screen then provides privacy from the street and your neighbor. And then you will move to the service area, which is the laundry room. And then you open the door and you can reach your private haven. When we first explore materiality, sustainability is our first consideration. From the graphics shown just now, I think some of you may have already guessed that what building material we are using. And yes, it is bamboo. Each of them is unique. They create an aesthetic fluted backdrop for the daily activities. We had some experiences dealing with bamboo during our first year, and bamboo is fast-growing, lightweight, sustainable, durable, and it's suitable for a micro-home construction. Other than sustainable material, the micro-home works on a straightforward off-grid system. The home just needs to be connected to the center core to be functional. The house is designed with rainwater collection and reuse of grey water. The filtered rainwater will be supplied to the kitchen sink, washing machine, and showering. The grey water from washing machine and showering will then be used for flushing. And we have the solar hot water panel on top and the PV panel on top of the pots, supplying energy for daily usage.
So now the problem comes. How do we construct this micro-home in a dense urban area without contributing to noise pollution and make the construction process easy and fast? In semester 4, we had a chance to work with transformable architecture, and this food kiosk is about rotating. And this is about sliding. And now, how do we transform and construct our micro-home? I'm pretty sure you all have seen this pop-up card before. And yes, we are using folding for the ease of transportation and on-site construction. With the folding, the whole house can be fitted onto a truck. This is how it looks like in the folded manner. And then you pull them apart and close the roof on top and close the flipper door at both ends.
And that's how a pot is formed easily with only 4 steps. Yay! The pot is foldable via all these hinges. And we have also thought of including built-in furniture as part of our folding sequence, so no extra transportation for furniture is needed.
So now a pot is formed, you repeat it with another pot, and then to make it functional, you connect both of the pots to the center core. And tada! A micro home is now completed. And before we end, we would like to ask you all a question. Can micro home be your dream home?
Thank you.
Thank you, Asyong and Jiaqing, for sharing us your project. We are truly inspired about your passion and enthusiasm in this field. It is now the Q&A session. Feel free to scan the QR code or click on the link in the comment box below. You can either ask the question or answer the question that you have been asked by them. Will micro home be your dream home? So the answer for me is yes, because the entire process of it seems very smooth. It looks very comfortable.
Yeah, thank you.
So while waiting for the questions to come in, have you guys been working together since semester 1? Or in which semester did you realize how compatible you guys are while working together?
We started working together in semester 1.5, and then since then we work on every projects together until semester 6. Yeah, I think it's really lucky to find a partner that really clicks with you. Yeah, and then yeah, I'm just really lucky to have a friend who works with me well. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, it's very nice to find someone who work well together, especially during entire of your architecture journey in school.
Yeah.
So what encouraged both of you to join this competition?
Jiaqing, do you want to answer that?
Because before this, I haven't participated in any competition before, and I think it's a good try. Yeah, so we just go for it.
And yes, and also this competition is sponsored by Taylor, so yeah, why not?
Oh, it's sponsored by Taylor's.
Yeah, we paid so much resource fee, right?
All right, there's a question there. I guess Stacy.
No, we are not.
Thanks, friends. All right, then next questions. Well, what did you learn from this competition itself? Like in terms of like time management, how different is a competition compared to a submission in school? Or like, have you guys interned, or like how different is from an intern lifestyle?
Before this, we have not interned before. So we are basically using our SEM break to do this competition. And I think the difference between it with a submission is that you have much more freedom because you know, the brief is just, it only has 3 requirements. And then also, and we have not worked on any domestic project before. It's all about the public spaces since semester 1 to semester 6. So that I think it's quite a new thing for us. And then yeah, and then designing a home, which is the place where we go to every day, and then the place that we are most familiar with, we find it really, we just connect to the design process a lot. Yeah, without doing too many research, we just took the inspiration from our daily lives. Yeah.
That's beautiful. So there's a question from the audience. What was the most challenging limitation posted by the design brief?
Jiaqing, do you want to answer that?
I think the most challenging part is doing the layout, because the layout is
I think it's the main point of the whole project. The wall planning of the layout makes like there is no limitation. Like you can just, how should I put it? Can you help me a bit, Asha?
Yeah, I think the layout is what makes the whole small micro home make it feels really like a home. And then we started from the layout, and then from there we just came up with every other idea. I think by looking at the layout, you can see there's a courtyard and all. And then so yeah, the planning and then the clear separation of zonings makes it a really functional home, we think. Yeah.
Last questions. Have you guys considered the maintenance of the bamboo?
No, because if you look at the bamboo playhouse in the Perdana Park, right, it has been there since 2015, and then it's still standing fine, so that we do not worry about the bamboo maintenance. And then I think if a bamboo is cured correctly, yeah, it basically can be used as a durable building material. And there are also a lot of other projects built with bamboos. Yeah.
And there is also a steel frame structure below the whole house. So the house is not directly contact with the ground. So I think that will somehow make the bamboo house more can sustain more longer.
Yeah, the whole structural members are all steel. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was an honor to have you guys here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you once again, everyone, for participating in the Q&A. As we go deeper into level 4, it touches on the people's voices among intricate demographic dynamics from site to capital, city to nation, and population across multi-scale borders. This level will be covered by our master's student. And here is the public view on this level: romantic opportunity. When you have this is what people have in mind when you're talking between strangers, and a transition place is selected as the most appropriate space for this mind. So now we'll move on to our Master Semester 1 student, welcoming our first presenters, Cecilia, who is guided by AR Alice. Cecilia, the stage is yours.
Thanks for the introduction page. Good evening, everyone here. So first of all, I would like to thank the Future Thinkers organizing committee for making this possible. And also I would like to thank to my tutor, architect Alice Lim, for the wonderful semester. And also I would like to thank to my course mates for making this the learning process an enjoyable one. So hope you guys enjoy my video presentation. Good evening, everyone. Today, I would like to present to you my Master in Architecture Semester 1 final project on tropical high-rise dwelling. In Culture and Community Design Studio, the brief calls for exploring the theme of tropical high-rise dwelling in Chowkit neighborhood of Kuala Lumpur. The aim of the studio is to explore and question the possibility and problems that came with high-rise dwelling in the city. What does it mean to design a tropical high-rise residential building? What are the flaws of current models and what have been done right in the precedents? Looking in the context of Chowkit, Kuala Lumpur, multicultural expansion throughout the years, causing the expanding movement of development of retail from Central Business District, CBD, to the fringe of city, resulting in the shifting of urban role of Chowkit in recent years. In this case, the donut effect happens on Chowkit, Kuala Lumpur as a reflection of the urbanism in Kuala Lumpur, which has caused the outspread of commercial value within itself. The local businesses of Chowkit is being redistributed outwards from the city. This prompts the negation of development within and leading the site to lose its urban role again. Outspread of the people in Chowkit, causing the transient character of present Chowkit being magnified from the fading of people and culture, and has resulted in the formation of city with almost nothing to count on for representing and rediscovering its identity again. Hence, Chowkit nowadays can be known as a dependent city. Looking into the microsite, it is located within a row of two-story high shophouses and a future high-rise development. facing the main route of Jalan Sultan Ismail, with public transit of Station Monorail Medan Tuanku are also located along the main road for easy access. The proposed site was currently an open parking lot and a vacant land with 6,000 square meter land area, given a plot ratio of 1:10, 60% of plinth area, and a total of 10,000 square feet gross floor area. The proposed site is sandwiched between the both distinct character of commercial and residential area, so it is potentially act as a catalyst which seamlessly connects the district together. A myriad thinking lives of a city. It forces us as a designer to rethink the future tropical high-rise dwelling. 80% of the world population now is actually living in city or urban center around the world, which triggered the process of urbanization. In reaction to the side effect of urbanization, there was a few proposal for a better urban living through the urban theory and manifesto was proposed by a few idealists, such as a proposal of garden city, which in a way started the living of suburban just like most of us living in the Taman. Garden City is also extended the idea of different zoning of working, living and leisure. After that, Corbusier also continued to promote the same thinking in promoting the lifestyle of manifesto and advocate the living vertically. In the global world, the measure of a great city of any great civilization is its city, and a measure of a city greatness is to be found in the quality of its public spaces, its parks and also the square. But this is only happened in the Western centric. Closer to the home, the Japanese architect Kishio Kurokawa has a very different take in compared to Western and Asian city, and he proposed that the Oriental city have the square and plaza, while Asian city are those street. He argues that although the Asian may not have the same square, but the street also carry out the same function, open space, such as plaza. Just like the street in Hutong, China, which creates the life between the buildings. Kishio Kurokawa also said that street spaces exist between the private and public spaces, and between the residential and commercial spaces. And as you can see in this slide, the Asian city possessing the character of both former and later type of spaces. So after telling all this grandparent story, it leads me to the aim of how do I further expand the potential of street as place and reconfigure the existing typology, especially in the city of Chowkit, Kuala Lumpur. The idea of replicate the aspect of reconfiguration and origination of horizontal engagement in the vertical space in the modern context came in place. The clearly defined of x-axis horizontal spaces and vertical neighborhood y-axis, where a 3D network of human movement was induced to blur the boundaries of x and y-axis. And here's my preliminary idea imagination on how do I replicate the life into the vertical neighborhood. Street life is reinstated in the area neighborhood. So it came to a question of how to recreate life from the aspect of origination of horizontal engagement into the vertical neighborhood. And here's an initial idea and exploration of expansion of community on the ground floor all the way up to the top, creating spaces for people to meet and mingle, bump into one another, and also to make meaningful connections. Hence, in order to blur the boundaries between the horizontal and vertical axis, three-dimensional matrix is adopted rather than a two-dimensional. So this is as a new take adopted on the tower living for mixed-use development. Further on to the exploration of an inside and also the outside architecture of human movement or circulation to undefine the x and y axis of a tropical high-rise dwelling. And it is a taking, interlocking, and interconnected as a point of departure of my overall design development. Instead of a traditional block, the block is opened out outwards for optimum interconnected movement. Interconnected of 4 modules is interplay with different leveling and interlocking of units. Thus, the ground space is created. In order to achieve interconnected movement throughout the vertical neighborhood, interlocking unit layout concept is introduced. Interlocking of duplex, which presents idea of multi-story housing with apartments grouped around a large covered courtyard. The unit itself is comprises of 2 double-story apartments which occupy 3 floors on one placed on top of each other, such that access to the both apartment is at the courtyard level, with the first unit connected to another floor below courtyard and the second joined on top of each other. Also, to allow available different financial capabilities, personal preference, the design proposal also considering to address the various demographic dynamics in terms of societal structure. So a dual key apartment is introduced to allow people who stays there to rent it out or partially, giving a flexible apartment and also a typology that encourage intergeneration living, affordability and flexibility. From the unit type that introduced, a basic module is created by comprises of 3 different floors in this layout with unit connected with different hierarchy of shared space, creating a ground space by extending the platform on each level. As you can see, in this basic module, on the level 1, the unit itself is connected with a macro shared space of herb gardens, and moving up to the second level of a basic module, the unit is connected with a meso shared space, and on the neighbor itself of the unit to unit, it is connected within with a micro shared space of urban space. So, interconnected of 4 module is created to explore the circulation and human movement on the basic module in order to boost the social interaction and relationship between the neighborhood community in a high-rise dwelling. A rotational module is stacked in a strategic of 3 intermediate height within a vertical structure as a distant intermediate floors. Interconnected of 4 module is interplay with leveling, and through the analysis of street patterns and movement behaviors in Chalkit, the design is intended to interiorize the culture into the proposal. This will then be reflected in the corridors and circulation spaces of the high-rise dwelling. So based on the human dimension, a life above the ground was created in this proposal. Pockets of green spaces provided at the interval levels for a smaller cluster of housing of communal activities. A life above the ground creates an opportunity through undefined boundaries between the horizontal and vertical axis. Residential and user can then relax, enjoy, and with a better view and more privacy, less pollution and less personal risk as well. To cure inaccessible tower syndrome, there was a real focus on the public space based on the human dimension by creating an expansion of the basic interconnected movement of the module. It's extended all the way up from ground to the top. Hence, an expansion of the community space on the ground floor all the way up to the top, creating spaces for people to meet and mingle, bump into one another, and also to make meaningful connections. The idea of creating constant engagement with the building residents whenever one is entering or exiting from their dwelling does not just replicate on the inside of the tower, but instead it extended outside of as well. So in an overview, the high-rise comprises of a ground floor and a 12th level of residence floor. Rotational of 4 cluster modules to form an interconnected network among the community, with the urban passageway as connection to the connect ground all the way up to the top, double as a platform for spontaneous activity, gathering space, and also an opportunity for social interaction between the neighborhood community. Looking onto the ground floor itself, it is intended to be designed as a permeable ground to be developed seamlessly part of its community and beyond. The pathway at the ground level forms a concave adjacent to the streets, creating a public space for program overflow from eateries node. Constant sight is established between the inside and outside as the user moves around the enveloping path. Revenue generating of urban farm to sustain itself instead of having more pools or tennis court grows through the ground floor and extends vertically the facade and over the rooftop. The public and private split is important as well for the consideration of privacy of the residents on the ground floor. So moving up to the level 1, the idea of flexible office proposed on level 1 for the consideration of transition between the public and private throughout the vertical neighborhood. It is specifically benefits for a user group of white collars and the working groups on site. As the facilities and communal spaces is not designed specifically in a certain level, but throughout the high-rise dwelling, thus the home office level is very important by acting as a buffer level between the public permeable ground and also the private residence level on top. Moving further up to the residence level itself, the interlocking duplex unit type, which is the unit type A, mainly expands on the both wing of the high-rise dwelling with macro shared space of herb gardens and lifestyle deck is to be designed and to be shared by the same level, while on the first level of each 3 intermediate floor, it is consists of a macro shared space, and to the second level of each cluster, meso shared space, which is highlighted in the light yellow, is dedicated for a more active zone for the users, and it is to be shared on the same level of the residents. So from this basic module, a 4 rotational of the unit and also the shared space to form an overall interlocking expansion throughout the high-rise dwelling is to be formed. As you can see from this rotational, it's mainly emphasis on the balconies itself from the units, enable a new type of living relationship between the residents. Each apartment boasts multiple levels of privacy and options, as the residents of the interlocking of duplex can then move from one balcony to another. As a reflection towards the tropical climate, each unit is integrating with the briefing facade to increase the shading provided to the fenestration as well as reducing the heat gain absorbed by the wall surfaces. Planter boxes that are placed right outside of the windows are able to help filter out dust particles by broadening in the winds into the apartment spaces as natural ventilation through using their foliage, which in turn aids in improving the air quality of the interior spaces beneficial to the occupants. While looking onto the building layout of the proposal itself, the proposal applying with the one unit take principle by Woha Architect, the layout configuration comprises a permeable structure within the tower or open up on the 4 sides to the exterior and the internal voids in order to maximize natural lighting and ventilation. It would be sufficiently resilient and minimize the energy cost. Horizontal and vertical breezeway created as well at the communal spaces encourage stack effect and provide an enhancement of natural ventilation within the building. Air movement is then deflected and accelerated by the stairways of the open-ended structure. While looking into the building envelope of the tropical high-rise dwelling, mainly using the Lewis panel, which further enhances the sustainable performance of materials due to their eco-friendly character, and also the precast reinforced concrete for durability. Due to the layout configuration and also the building facade material itself, the overall thermal value, transfer value OTTV is calculated to be lesser than the 50 watt per meter square, in which performing energy efficient in thermal performance. So all in all, to conclude my design proposal of this tropical high-rise dwelling, it adopted a new take on tower living for mixed-use development by exploring the intention of recreating a high-rise dwelling that is able to replicate the horizontal engagement in the vertical space in modern context, whereby visualizing a city in terms of layers as 3-dimensional matrix rather than a 2-dimensional grid. Pockets of green spaces recreate the streets at the interval levels for smaller cluster housing units for communal activities. Hence, a life above the sky is created. Capacious horizontal spaces in the sky provide visual and also the social connection that cannot be realized in the lift lobby, stairways, and also a narrow corridors of a typical high-rise dwelling. So to end my presentation today, I would like to end with my belief that a good housing is more than merely the individual building. The building itself can be the nucleus for the urban infrastructure in an overall. So layering cities ensemble with capacious horizontal spaces in the sky is fundamentally more conducive for social connections that can go beyond the mere supply of a living space. And that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia, for a magnificent proposal. Next up, I'll be passing the floor to our representative from Master Semester 2. We have Wong Chi Hon, headed by Architect Edward Chu, to introduce himself.
Oh, thank you, Paige. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I hope you guys are not tired from the full day of presentation. In relation to the theme of Future Thinker 11, I hope everyone is enjoying the ability to socialize now. But however, remember to stay safe and happy bridging conversation. So I hope you enjoy the presentation. Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Chiffon and I'll be presenting my Architecture of the City proposal titled Kuala Lumpur Creative Culture Performing Arts Centre, and I hope you enjoy the process of it.
For the framework of UDS Studio, we play the role of an urban designer whereby we first conduct urban analysis to find opportunities, followed by urban interventions to promote the opportunities, and finally we then propose an architecture of the city that helps sustain this opportunity, and the entire process is supported by seminars and theory papers. Moving on to the site context, the site is located in the Petaling Precinct of downtown KL that is surrounded by many cultural landmarks and has good accessibility to the site. From the urban analysis, the identified site strengths are strong cultural identity, vibrant street life setting, rich food and culture, and presence of traditional trades. The site is strongly supported by two organizations that work hard to improve the site's overall image, which includes Think City, who proposed the KL Creative Culture District Strategic Master Plan, and Cendana, who runs cultural programs in KL. As for the urban issues, it is identified that the identity crisis of downtown KL has caused its loss of function and significance that leads to declining visitors and formulation of transient communities, which is caused by three main themes of issue, which includes minimal presence of public realm, negative perception of safety, and being too commercialized. Hence, it does not provide a strong impression for people to come or stay. The three main issues summarizes that downtown KL has a weak quality of public realm, and in addition, based on the map data, there is also a lack of public open or green spaces around downtown KL in terms of quantity and quality. Hence, this is where the role of an urban theory arrives to help reflect on the issues better. From the summary of issues being that downtown KL has a weak quality of public realm, I inquired the theory of functional dimension, which is one of the 6 urban dimensions by Matthew Carmona. It is the study of how places work and how designers can make it better, and he states that the successful place must facilitate and support activities. And a good urban space must consider the 5 factors in design, which are providing comfort and relaxation, facilitating passive and active engagement, and enhancing urban experiences through discovery and movement. These principles are to be reflected in the proposed interventions and design. Through the selection of theory, as a group, we chose an area of issue to apply relevant urban interventions, which we chose the negative perception of safety, and we found out that this issue mainly derives from alleyways on site. We saw an opportunity to revitalize it. We then asked the question of how to revitalize lost space like alleyways into experiential and safe threshold space, and using the theory of good walkability, active urban walls, adaptive reuse, and third space, we aim to achieve in revitalizing alleyways from an underutilized and dangerous lost space to a safe and experiential threshold space. We begin by identifying 4 different types of alleyways with different design parameters, as well as distinct urban walls and voids alongside them. The results are a total of 6 different urban interventions for the alleyways to achieve our proposal aim. Therefore, from the outcome, it contributes as a framework for future alleyways intervention, and moving forward, the framework can improve KL image and bring in more visitors. However, we then ask the question, will the interventions be sustainable for a long period? This is where the architecture of the city comes into play, and I begin with understanding its generic role, which is to act as a public-orientated building that is sustainable and content-driven. A clear precedent to this is the Haidar Aliyev Center by Zaha Hadid, where it is the primary building for the nation's cultural program. By understanding that, it is then to know what helps represent downtown KL. The proposal should benefit the site economy and not replace it, amplify the site's cultural value, and be street-orientated. Therefore, KL architecture of the city should include the creative culture economy to align to Think City's proposal, improve public realm using the functional dimension theory, and have street-level response to reflect the site's identity. Hence, I see performing arts as a suitable content for the proposal, whereby it aligns to the creative culture economy as well as the cultural attributes of the site and integrates well with the 2 active organizations, which are Think City and Cendana. Looking at the PESTEL analysis, generally the site has an issue of identity deterioration, whereby this is where the creative and cultural aspect comes in as the catalyst of the site through the architecture of the city. By studying the performing arts program, I started by looking at the broad picture of the creative culture industry, and I find that performing arts actually have the lowest employment rate in KL. Perhaps the proposal also benefits the sector's economy. I also look into KLPAC as a generalized example of all local performing arts center, and I find that they are lacking in contextual response and are only used for formal performance and practices only, which means they exist merely as an individualistic urban entity. This is whereby I find the niche for a proposed program to be redefined as a performing arts ecosystem, where the building facilitates learning, showcase, and production of performing arts that is sustainable to achieve the KL Creative City vision, which is to become a valuable social activity that sustains, attract tourists for economy, and grow with trend for resilience. Therefore, the contents incorporate learning, showcase, and production spaces that revolves around performing arts component to produce a sustainable building program. Moving on to the design phase, for pre-planning studies, I look at the site surrounding for possible responses that can formulate massing strategies. And I start by identifying the active and passive edge to get an idea on possible frontage responses. Then I identify the vehicular and pedestrian domain to know which zone has more active pedestrian flow that I want to receive into the building. Lastly, I conclude that the corner edges of the site has good visibility from the surrounding, and the active edges facing the north and east are important pedestrian connection zones. Moving on to the massing development, currently the site is an underutilized open car park that has no future development plans yet. I started by allocating the building's vehicular zone next to the main road, Jalan Tun Hsli, and maximizing the pedestrian zone towards Jalan Panggung. I allocated the services drop-off admin spaces at the vehicular zone, and the rest is the main program and public realm spaces for the pedestrian zone. As the spaces are adapted with proper dimension, the overall massing is erected and the form of respective program spaces are orientated towards the corner axis as a gesture of reception to the pedestrians. The main program spaces are purposely assigned to the east of the building to shade from the west sun for pedestrian comfort. While the ground floor has multiple circulating access points, inviting pedestrians from all directions. Green footprints are scattered across the building for pedestrian comfort and sitting. The administrative service lane, drop-off, and service core is located on the east facing the vehicular domain. This is to mitigate the west sun from the more pedestrian-oriented east frontage of the building. The large volume of the building, which is the theatre, becomes a landmark distinction which faces the MRT open space. The double volume below then acts as the grand entrance to the building. As the overall massing is formed, it concludes the northwest side is the main entrance and drop-off zone, while the northeast side is mainly for the pedestrian realm due to the main program spaces and public spaces located here. Looking at the ground floor plan, it allows pedestrian access from all sides, with the services and admin spaces located on the northwest facing Jalan Tun Hsli. The performance showcase spaces for the streets form the central spine for the ground floor, while the performance craft retail spaces located on the northeast corner facing Jalan Panggung. If you are a pedestrian who arrive from MRT or Jalan Tun Hsli, you will see the distinctive volume, almost glowing like a lantern, creating an active visual engagement both in the day and night. As you arrive at the grand entrance, you are celebrated by festivity performances that connects to the street. While if you are arriving from Petaling streets from Jalan Sultan, you'll be greeted by the more street-scale part of the building, highlighting the active programs and public realm. Lastly, if you are walking along Jalan Panggung, you will see a reflection of the active frontages of the design to the adjacent shop houses who are also active in retails. Moving on to the first floor, this is where the workshop spaces are located with the services on the east and performance props and costume workshop on the west, which sandwiches the breakout spaces in between. All workshop spaces maximizes natural lighting and visual connection to the adjacent old shop houses for cultural attachment. On the second floor, this is where the performance practice spaces is located, with the services on the west, practice spaces as the center spine, performance backdrop workshop on the east, and a roof garden that has direct access from the ground floor. The performance spaces celebrates volume and allows visitors to have exposure to the performance processes. The roof garden acts as a comfortable breakout spaces from the busy street and allows appreciation towards the old shop houses from a different eye perspective. Finally, on the third floor, where the main performance theatre for 300 pax is located, with the services on the west, the main theatre makes up the main volume of the building, whereby the main theatre mainly functions for any necessary formal and grand performances and is directly accessible from the ground floor and green roof. Moving on to the section, Section AA cuts through the distribution of performance spaces, whereby performance for the street is on the ground floor, practice spaces on the first floor, and the main performance theatre on the third floor. Section BB cuts through the space of production of performance component that portrays the contribution to the overall performing arts ecosystem. Section CC showcases the clear zoning of the building, whereby services are on the west, performance showcase spaces at the center spine, and production spaces on the east. In terms of the skyline responses, the north elevation showcases the building form as a streetscape response facing the old shophouses on the east, while the building creates a monumenting effect towards the open skyline on the west. West elevation portrays the building blending in between the modern and heritage skyline that creates a visual harmonious to the surrounding. While the east elevation portrays the main building as the focal point on site towards the open skyline that creates a monumental visual effect. Finally, the south elevation portrays the form's landmark distinction in response to the regular open block and slants in accordance with the cultural landmark as a form of emphasis and respect. In terms of contextual hue, the geometric facade envelope takes a humble response on the old Art Deco shophouses facade. As the building pavement, it takes inspiration from shophouse 5 walkway, whereby materiality and pattern of tiling demarcates its territory and functions. In conclusion, the future trajectory of the project revolves around the theme of bridging conversation with the question of how can the proposal address the various demographic dynamics. Firstly, the proposed performing arts program is inclusive to any demographic, societal, and hierarchical group. Secondly, it encourages interaction between creative and cultural organizations with the existing community groups. Lastly, it is able to adapt to time and temporality that encourages societal interaction at all times. I hereby end the presentation with a quote: "Architecture cannot solve all problems, but by having the right intention, it can avoid becoming another problem, just like in life." Thank you to my tutors, Mr. Edward Chiu, Ms. Lee Si, and Ms. Satira Hassan, for a conducive semester, as well as to the organizers of Future Thinker 11 for their dedication, patience, and pulling out their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chifang, for a meaningful presentation. Let's start our Q&A for Masters Year 1. Same as before, do scan the QR code or click in the link in the comment section to ask Cecilia and Chifang more about their work. Let's invite the respective speakers to give a little insight on their development process. Architect Alice, can you hear?
Yes.
Hi. So a question from us is, does the intersecting unit design help bring which conversation between?
Can you repeat the question? The audio is not very clear on my side.
Apologies for the thunder because of the rain. So does intersecting unit design help bridge conversation between a typically unfriendly neighborhood in the sky?
I think there's more than one answer to that. I think Cecilia's approach is multi-directional. Yeah, I don't think it's one answer that fits all. I think she has approached the design from different perspective, not just looking at the unit itself. So I think on the whole, the project has been executed in a holistic manner, rather than just looking at, say, a unit type or certain spaces, concentrate on a certain type of spaces. Perhaps Cecilia can add on to that.
Do you want to add on?
Yeah, perhaps for my design proposal, it doesn't just focus on the unit itself, but rather it focuses on how to bring the urban infra through the streets over to the high-rise development. So it's transforming the idea of the horizontal engagement into the vertical development. So it does not just focus on how the specific unit provide a certain conversation within the residence itself. So it's mainly based on the idea of how the horizontal engagement could be expanding throughout the overall development.
So Right, so there's not much questions coming in, but good job for the presentation. It's very detailed and very organized. Content is easily understandable. Right, that's from the audience itself. So, is there anything you want to like tackle on for your presentation? Like, say, anything you want to further explain to further justify your presentation itself?
Sorry, could you repeat your questions?
I'm asking if there's any like other thing you want to add on for the presentation for both you and Chifon.
For me, right, I think the overall idea could be implemented in a more comprehensive way in terms of the layout itself, because the layout could be very complex in terms of the interlocking of different levels. So I think the layout could be extending in terms of more comprehensive.
Thank you, Cecilia. Oh, there's a question for Chifon. May I ask, how did you handle the tough semester 2 of Masters?
Oh, hi, Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous. So yeah, semester 2 was definitely the toughest semester among all that I have. I'm in semester 3 now. So how to tackle the tough semester? Despite the event is called Future Thinker, but I think I'm an overthinker. So I think that is the main struggle of throughout the semester, because you tend to always have a tendency to overthink something that, you know, the best solutions are always the most simple solution. So you always has the tendency to ask, is this enough? Because number one, you have lack of time. Number two, you have other projects to handle. So I think coming up with a solution that works is enough. So basically that's my lesson for me as an overthinker. So I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Chifon, for answering. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so that's all for the Q&A for. Oh, actually, we can have one last Q&A for Cecilia. Do you think the large amount of intersecting balconies and macro shed space in between this unit will encourage negative things like loitering?
That's another take from. It's like another perspective on thinking of shared space, because the main idea of this shared space is actually to allow bridging the conversation between the residents. But yeah, it doesn't really. The main idea is to encourage the whole idea of this engagement between the residents. So it would just depends on the architecture itself, whether, because the architecture itself doesn't really depends on how the urban to be designed. So I think it would just another perspective on looking in a way.
Maybe can I add on to that? I think loitering, it's perhaps it's a negative way of looking at people and as community space. If there's relationship created, interaction created, and there's ownership of spaces, I think when people take ownership of spaces, then it won't be sort of loitering. Like loitering is it seems negative if like you will see like perhaps unwanted guests loitering in that sense. But in a community, perhaps the word may not be such a loitering, may not have a negative connotation in that sense. Yeah, correct, Cecilia? Yeah, in that sense, it's like then you actually want to encourage use of community spaces, yeah, so that people will interact, instead of thinking it as loitering of unwanted guests, yeah, perhaps.
Thank you, Ms. Alice. Thank you, Cecilia and Shifan, for participating in the Q&A. Thank you, everyone, for coming up with questions. Now, we'll move on to the final years of Masters with Wing from Masters Semester 4, who is guided by Dr. Kif to introduce himself to present his work for us.
Hi everyone, my name is Win Hen. So first and foremost, thanks for the organization teams for the wonderful event of the Future Thinker. So before I start, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my supervisor, Dr. Keith, lecturers and friends that support me throughout the thesis journey. So without further ado, I will showing you guys my final design thesis, and I hope you guys will enjoy the presentations. Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Bin Hen. Today I'm going to present my thesis project, Creating a New Resilience Community in the City, to propose an urban community care skill center which provides solutions for vulnerable groups. Starting up with the problem statement, poverty is still high among the vulnerable groups, especially under the pandemic of COVID-19. In urban, lower income families are much likely to be unemployed, have cut working hours, and experience greater challenge in accessing healthcare and home-based learning. Of course, there are numerous of government initiatives in assessing homelessness. These initiatives, however, are still lacking in reduce the homeless populations, and these situations of homelessness is still not addressed appropriately. And it is feel like these efforts are still inadequate and will worsen in the future. The term of vulnerable groups is also called as group at risk. For the type of vulnerable groups as shown, there are a series of the type has been selected as targeted group of this thesis projects, which are poor persons, the unemployed, homelessness, and etc. Vulnerable people live an easy life by relying on the generosity of the citizens and prefer to steal or beg for money and the food rather than have a normal life. Common public perceptions of the vulnerable is negative, assumes to addict who squandered their money on either drugs, alcohol, or gambling and are too lazy to get their feet to find a work. An interview was done by a reporter. Around 70% are young people. Most of them are below 40 years old, and these people have many talents. They need to monitor and need some guidance to change their lifestyle. Because they need to be normal citizens and they can't change because they don't want to guide them, and they're still jobless and no one interested to looking in these situations, and they need the strong programs and leader to guide them. All in all, the research questions of this thesis project is how can architecture help vulnerable people integrate into the mainstream of urban life, and how can architecture improve society perceptions of vulnerable communities. The aim is to use architecture to create solutions to help vulnerable groups reintegrate into the society and promote independent urban living, and the objective is to reduce the society barriers and improve the connectivity between the vulnerable groups and the mainstream society via care and skills training. Design thesis take place in the urban site located in the childcare Jalan Sultan Ismail, which is the central point of the business and commercial district. In Kuala Lumpur, there is a total 14 hotspots on the vulnerable people such as the homeless, migrant, jobless people, and so on. The childcare is one of the identified hotspots at the street of the Jalan Tuanku Abdul Rahman. The selected site area is total 15,611 square meters, which is next to the monorail station Sultan Ismail. Pompat River and Klang River separate the Bukit Tuanku and the Central Business District respectively. Jalan Sultan Ismail further divides the childcare into the commercial and corporate zone. Next, commercial activities like services, retails, and office are centralized towards the site, and whereas the residents are mostly found at the northern edge. The sites are a convenience to access the nearby public transport facilities. The site consists of 4 different ways of routes, which is primary route, secondary route, tertiary routes, and elevated railway. Jalan Sultan Ismail is 2-way direction route, whereby the Jalan Tuanku Abdul Rahman is only a single-way route. Moreover, the proposed sites have 3 different types of perimeter and pedestrian walkways, which all can direct the crowd easily to access to the site. At 10 AM, the site can be seen mostly are the blue and white collar and other users activities pass by the site. There are significant differences on the noon due to the lunch hour, and the site surrounding can be find numerous of the different classes group of activities and the site. Furthermore, at night from 8 to 12, the crowd from the site significance reduced due to the beginning vulnerable people have hotspot at Jalan Tuanku Sultan Abdul Rahman. Only can see the shop houses still operating and numbers of the homelessness are hanging out along the streets. The project name is called Urban Community Care Skills Center. This is a center that is designed and run by the vulnerable groups of people themselves, with the rules and set the support programs, including a serving groups, a kitchen gardens, income generations project in Centra. The Urban Community Care Skills Center is to target for the users or the skilled persons, vulnerable groups, and Centra. The vulnerable groups age range from 18 to 45 years old. The vulnerable group people consist of the poor persons, unemployed, homeless, prisoners, and etc. The vulnerable care skill centers consist of a primary, secondary programs. The primary program is to provide the practical skill, learning, and generating income. The secondary part will be medical health care to provide the therapy to the vulnerable groups of people, as well as open for the public, whoever have difficulty with the medical fee. Lastly, the amenities such as NGO hub, recycling, collection center. Both primary and secondary will have direct or indirect relationship to each others to operate the building. All in all, the space will be derived accordingly from the primary and secondary programs. This diagram to show the simplified versions of how the programs relate as well as the functions of each other. The schematic sections of proposed program space allocate all of them according to the public, semi-private, and private spaces. The design approach of this project is to propose another link bridge that totally connects to the existing elevated link bridge on the opposite side of Jalan Sultan Ismail. One of the ideas concept to preserve the pre-war shophouses and actively reuse the structures to shophouses to integrate and become part of the urban community care school center. According to the image shown above, 2 shophouses are selected as a part of the care school center with building component and spaces. Circulations entrance to create a sense of welcoming, semi-enclosed for the natural ventilation. Sangam Plaza is to separate the main user living area to the public in order to create a sense of security and privacy, create a central courtyard. Food court, restaurants, markets are operated by the vulnerable peoples after accomplish the skill from the training center. Open and flexible floor plan, easy for future extension. Building facade with a vertical green screen, courtyard and void at the building corridor for the greater ventilations. This image to show the overall design approach for the buildings. Next will be the massing strategy. First is a site. Existing heritage shophouses are preserved as a volume within the buildings. There are a series of vital contexts surrounding the site, building orientations, create access and landscape, create a Sangam Plaza which acts as an interactive platform between the vulnerable groups of people and society, creating courtyard, stepping landscape, creating connections, detail massing. The site plan and the roof plan of the Care Skill Center. From the axonometry, they are separate in 2 main parts which are public and private. The public space region is mainly planned at the front of the buildings. Spaces has been divided into several blocks. Firstly, the public block, community commons courtyard, care center, services, commercial blocks, residence courtyard, skill center, admin blocks, and vulnerable groups livings. In the ground floor plan, the public realm is set as the buffer zones, and this movement will be encourage the crowd to visit the building. It is defined as gathering with the Green Lounge, Sangam Plaza, community courtyards, and the commercial categories, the marketplace and the local food courts is allocated facing the main road or the Jalan Sultan Ismail. Exhibitions and shops are allocated with the preservations of the shop houses and the main entrance. The care center consists of the medical center and outdoor therapy, and the skill center programs allocated in a south view which consisting the urban farming administration's office, learning workshop and art and craft workshop. The dwelling facing the north side of the buildings. These show the public realm in the front main building's entrance. A green launch with fisher trees. The Sangam Plaza. Sangam Plaza from the west. community common courtyards. Next, showing the private area of urban farming and nursery plantations. Floor level entry act as a natural divider. View and activities in the central courtyard. Rejuvenated green alley. From the first floor plan, the gathering area is a green lounge communal space in front of a care center. The commercial area consists of a management office, cafe, hawker stall, and shop gallery. The skills center consists of a kitchen studio, outdoor discussions area, community lounge, and art and craft workshop. Lastly, is a meal shelter. View to the feature tree from the first floor. First floor link bridge, the perspective of the Care Skills Center. First floor exterior view from the kitchen studio. View of the therapy gardens. Shelter corridor. In the second floor plan, there is a green rooftop at the public building, the therapy stations and food research lab at the spices plantations in Centra under a skill center. Lastly, the dwelling consists of the meal shelters and the staff stay in common dining and common garden. Green rooftop. View from food research lab. Link bridge connect from dwelling to training center. Link bridge viewing deck. Link bridge connect to communal green space. Common dining with urban farming. Building green corridor. The third floor plan is the last level of this building, which consisting of a cantilever structure space to plug in with the old shophouses structure. The cantilever spaces consist of a tailor studios for the skill center as well as a family shelters for the dwelling. A review of skill center. Figure 9 and 10 to show an area view. Area view. Common green corridor at a family dwelling. From the overall section AA, begin from the right side. When the user departs from the monorail stations, they will pass by the public ramp and first arrive at the public main building. Furthermore, to separate the outsider and the vulnerable groups, the skill center buildings will be fully occupied by the whole blocks area. The color are indicated the different zones of functional space for the buildings. Furthermore, below sections is zoomed in the skill center. Food court and hawker store are allocated in front of the building due to allow the public user to visit, and the skill programs are allocated side by side defined as a private zone. The view of skill center, private entrance for intake and admin office, public side entrance to the marketplace and food court operate and served by the vulnerable people. East view public main entrance. Each perspective section is to showcase the cut sections for the main entrance building. There is a feature trees in the middle of the entrance and serve as a green launch and also create a circular circulations for the user to browse over the respective spaces. This section is to showcase the skill center, private courtyard, and the shelter area. The central courtyard provides the activities such as urban farming and Centra, and the ground floor plan of this skill center, a courtyard designed at the center of surrounded by the workshop studio. The canteen and central kitchens for the vulnerable group people are from the right. Section BB shows the transition space for the central courtyard. Let's begin from the right side, which is the entrance area, feature tree, sunken plaza, community courtyard, urban farming area, central courtyard, green alley, and the heritage shophouses. Next is to sunken plaza. Furthermore, the level slightly rise out in the private area for the vulnerable groups. View from Jalan Sultan Ismail, west elevation behind the pre-war shophouses. Street view, The last sectional perspective showcased the care center and the shelter area, beginning from the left side, sorting area, recycle stations, loading bay, a healthcare clinic with an alternative entrance, which is easier for others users to access the healthcare, a common dining area, open lounge, green alley, and shophouses. The perspective showed the dwelling facade with a fully ventilated design. Another view of the dwelling facade design shows up of the dwelling balcony with fashion walkway, key environment sustainability features such as energy efficiency, continuous landscape, microclimate designs, water conservations. Building area view. Lastly is a building view from the monorail stations. The last word of these presentations is a place for the vulnerable people, however, is never a permanent residence for them, but a place to help them to work again, end this suffering life and pursue their dreams life by designing its functions. In the end, will the vulnerable groups will be willing to move forward with this design scheme given? Thank you.
Thank you, Rehan, for a captivating presentation. Next up, I'll be passing out the floor to our last presenter of this year's Future Thinker, TC from Masters Semester 4, guided by Mr. Huat Lim to introduce himself.
Hi everyone, I'm Teng Chun, or you can call me TC. First of all, I would like to thank the Future Thinker committee and my tutor Huat Lim for making today happen. So I would like to present everyone the result of my design thesis with the title of Nature Kindergarten. I hope you all will enjoy it. Humans' evolution over millions of years, not only evolving in physical form, but developing mentally and gain accumulate intelligence. In a blink of an eye, human has achieved something that other living organisms in this planet has not. It's called civilization and technology evolution. Human continues to take granted with planet natural resources for their thirst of technology evolution. That continues to harm the planet. Their ignorance back in the past has begun to affect us in the present. The pollution has made some parts of the planet to be inhabitable, and yet some people still continue to follow their wrongful method. This lies in the wrong cultural imprinted mindset of the human that has neglected the importance of nature as our living partners on this planet. But it's not too late, and there are still ways to make it right. And I believe it's by education, to educate people the importance and ways of saving and protecting nature. In this which I call an authentic education, to bring humans back to their origin and natural environment, to learn, to experience, and to live with nature, and that will help us to become more humane and responsible as dweller of this planet. I believe that education on childhood stage is the most effective as they are still pure and innocent. Much easier to imprint a good mindset from the start rather than correcting it. Therefore, it comes to this thesis of proposal of kindergarten. The first education to the children back in the 18th centuries happened in a garden with informal education, which brings to the original definition of kindergarten, as in children learning in the garden. Unlike today's kindergarten, children in the past are educated more on outdoors, exposed to the environment and with activities that help to develop thinking capability and physical build. Learning with outdoor also establish a relationship between human beings and nature. Not to forget, a child's life is to have fun. Inspired by Peter Bruegel's painting, Children's Game in 1560, showing not only children but adults as well to have fun with toys and activity in the town. This urged me to alter the context to put nature into this painting to complete the scene as nature to be partners of humans for learning and playing. But coming back to the question, on how strong does a child education and program that will address the issue regarding the nature to the people. This leads to my interest to research on how architecture would incorporate nature setting into early education to establish a relationship between nature and children, how to create a safe environment for children to have interactive learning while giving their freedom to explore, and also to look into how education as a program to draw attention of the surrounding community to participate and to gain self-awareness addressing the critical issues revolving the nature. To exercise on the ideology of nature kindergarten, Bandar Baru Center as part of urban context is chosen for this thesis exploration. The proposed location for the kindergarten is located at the most south of the center, which is blessed with presence of Sungai Gobak and untouched greenland, filled with life of nature. The surrounding of the Bandar Baru Center is filled with mostly residential district and educational district at a higher level, but sadly not kindergarten. Hence, a good fit to establish an educational program for young children here. Another program that aligns with the objective of education and saving nature is recycling program. This program offers opportunity to public community by participation on act of recycling while able to educate children, making the adult as role model for children to imitate and imprint a new cultural mindset to practice saving nature. Participation of adults also expose children earlier to the community and allow them to communicate and work together. And also, the recycled material can be used as a part of learning material such as art and craft work, which save money, time, and resources for teaching. Kindergarten program on that particular site grants some positive impact to the context. Firstly, it connects between two inaccessible regions while giving opportunity to enjoy the nature. It allows social interaction between children and adults. The program spread awareness and educate about the nature, and of course, to imprint a new cultural mindset and behavior toward nature onto the surrounding community. On the design research process, Kurokawa Kishore architect has become my main inspiration and subject of studying on designing kindergarten. His view on the nature in metabolism theory is very unique and mind-opening. His interpretation is that nature exists in both systematic and organic form. In a living plant, the arrangement of microscale plant cells arrange themselves systematically to build a strong supportive structure. But in a macro form, it was an organic form that responds to the needs of itself. This gives his style back in his day of metabolism movement, the idea of having megastructure as its base, before having attached spaces to it. It responds to what it needed on the context, like his iconic project Capsule Hotel and Agriculture City. Then I look into micro level of nature, the plant cells, as inspiration idea from metabolism. Their arrangement and functions of the plant cells are reinterpreted and translate into my own architecture style, playing with the configuration and exploration as I experimenting new ideas with nature concept. Not to forget the importance of green network. It's an idea to enable nature to stay connected and grow across the site. Located in multiple points of kindergarten where buildings no longer become obstacles. Green Tower is also a place where architecture and its user meets nature. A centralized space of each parcel's building together and to celebrate such meeting between human and nature. From my point of view, what defines a great architecture is when there's a presence of natures, human beings, living beings, and activities that all comes together and bring the building into life. And this is what makes my kindergarten a place full of life for education. This is a concept map that developed throughout the design process. The design is inspired by Japanese poster in the 80s and a children theme style. This concept map summarized all the strategy that I had used in designing the kindergarten. Looking closer into the concept, there are a total of 8 strategies implemented in this kindergarten. Firstly, the plant cells that mimics the space arrangement. Water Ripple is a sustainable water cooling and nature feeding system. Blurred boundary allows indoor and outdoor interaction. Raised level platform respect the ground filled with nature. Skylight brings in natural lightings and encourages stack ventilation. Nature Central is a gathering space for human and nature. Green pavement allow nature to grow across the building. And lastly, green boundary defines a safe boundary for children to explore. Looking at the ground floor plan, this level has the most activity happening. The site is divided into 2 programs. On the right-hand side is the kindergarten, where it takes up more of the site for children's private learning lesson. While on the left is Recycling Collection Center that is open for public access. On the first floor level, this level has a lesser activity to create a more private and quiet area that satisfies some of the function of the room, like napping areas and offices, while to encourage users to stay on the ground level to interact more with nature. On the roof level is mainly pedestrian bridges over both recycling center and kindergarten that will connect 2 regions across the river, while giving visual interaction with children on the ground and able to enjoy nature on the higher levels with urban scenery. To give a clearer picture of the building programs, the red highlighted on the right is kindergarten, which placed closer to the opposite housing apartment. The blue on the left is recycling collection center that is placed closer to the public transport and shop lots across the river. The pedestrian bridges mostly located above recycling center to draw and invite pedestrians into recycling programs. It also connects to the viewing deck above kindergarten. The accessibility to the kindergarten is controlled by the main building in the center, before branching out into 4 unique theme parcels. Those parcels are mainly recycling and public, a place for collection and public use; learning classroom, a forest context learning area; wetlands, habitats, 2 ecosystems of its own and explorative area; dine and farm is to learn the origin of the food and farming skills. Public and recycling is a place that welcomes anyone. It consists of only collection for recycling materials and to be transported to recycling centers. Therefore, no manufacturing or processing works happen here. The design is widely open and allows on-foot accessible toward the sorting area, or vehicular access to deposit into recycling bin. It also prepares a free open public realm for public that gives a welcoming feeling to this place. Learning classroom consists of multiple classrooms that is surrounded by forest theme typology. The design of the classroom touches lightly on the ground to allow nature to grow across the site. There are also terrace landscape which will become explorative forests for children. The green fencing curves around this zone to define the fun explorative boundary and for safety measures. Wetland is a depressed terrain into the ground that made an ecosystem of its own, which is an excellent as explorative and sensory zone. It also functions as water detention ground to control water discharge rate into the river and public drain. Dine and Farm is a place with farm setting that engages children on farming culture. The structure is very lightweighted and learning is partially outdoor. The dining hall can be multipurpose in which transform into classes or activities area instead of just a place to eat. From the street view, the building sort of disappearing into forest and greenery, while leaving hints of building in within. The urbanscape has greatly reduced in present more of nature. The nature will filter city noises and replace with nature voices, such as bird chirpings and cricket singings, making pockets of nature habitats in the midst of busy city. From this research, the greatest challenge I face is on how to strategically control movement of children and their safety concern while to grant them freedom, especially on this large site. I believe that kindergarten should be no longer insignificant and optional education choices, as it builds a solid foundation of an individual character. I believe that a child has the power to change the people from the three levels. On individual levels, we will learn more about ourselves and take a step to become a more civilized and human individual as a role model for children, and also for children to follow our steps. On community levels, this kindergarten program would shape and redefine cultural behaviors and mindset towards the nature. And on nation levels, it draws the attention of importance of early childhood education and its ability not only educate children, but people around it through strategical programs. From this thesis research, this is practically what I think an authentic education is about. But that is my finding. So is this really what an authentic education means? What do you think?
Thank you, TC, for a thoughtful proposal. Everyone did a fantastic job with their project, and I hope everyone enjoyed the presentation as much as I did. Now, moving on to the Q&A session. Do sure to scan the QR code or click on the link in the comment section. Oh, seems like there's questions already. For Winghun from Mr. Anonymous. Feel like you can continue the pitch roof design throughout the entire building and the bridge, the curved rooftop garden with the left. Great design overall. Then from Chiffon, well done PC, Winghun, hope to work with your company soon, or your company soon. And there's one for TC. What is the key driving force that makes you in the center of the project?
Previously, I was interested in the scale and proportion of a space, which leads me to look into more on this kind of projects. And then somehow I found out that children is human that actually that experience space differently from us. So my interest from there on actually leads to these children, whereby I study how they actually interact with the spaces, and somehow it became the center of my research. So look more into the children, and then found out that kindergarten it becomes the subject of my thesis.
All right. Another comment would be, great work, Winghun. And for TC, another question is, the form inspiration is from the rectangular plant cell, but overall look is a circular connecting courtyards. Why?
All right. For this one actually, is inspired by Kurokawa Kishore. His what do you call that? His idea of nature is actually very squarish. It's very systematic, but in fact that his design, like the agriculture city, is built like a plant whereby you spread out to where you need. So what I implement from there is actually to use the plant cell as a basis to design the spaces. But in the end, how it will place will be something like a plant. So it grows towards where it's suitable, like towards the river, towards the housing area, to the MRT station. So it becomes sort of organic, but when you look into closer view into the plants, it's actually a rectangular form. Yes.
All right, thank you. The next question is for Winghun. I'm in semester 3 now. May I ask, do you already know what you wanted to do for your thesis from the start, or was it a process halfway through?
I would say this is a
learning process. So I also do know, I have no ideas what the thesis topic that I choose when I during the sem 3, but of course thanks for the dissertations, because the dissertations we have a topic, we have a title. So when I go to my thesis, I will try to link back to my interest of my dissertations. So yeah, from there you slowly will discover what you really want to do and what your interest about. Yeah.
Thank you for the advice. And that marks the end for our student segment for Q&A for the masters and the presenters itself. So now we'll be moving on to our final boss, the Level 5 Forum, which is an informal casual discussion between the guest speaker and the audience, moderated by our Taylor's alumni, Cha Yvonne. Everyone is invited to join the conversation and share your thoughts on the discussion, and it is the same link as the previous Q&A sessions. Before we begin with this discussion, allow me to introduce the moderator and the guest speaker for the forum today. Our moderator, Cha Yvonne, is our alumni that obtained her bachelor's degree in architecture from Taylor's University and master's from the Architecture Association. She is currently teaching full-time at UCSI University. In part 1, Yvonne will be moderating the discussion with architect Ng Yek Seng, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tajuddin, and architect Wan Sophia. Then in part 2, she'll be opening the floor for you to join in, either by unmuting yourself or commenting on Slido. So let's welcome Yvonne and the guest speaker.
Okay, thank you, MC, for the introduction. It's always great to come back to Taylor's. And now that we have seen the projects from a personal to suburban and increasingly complex urban scales, we are moving on to the Level 5 Forum, where we will be discussing power plays in the built environment on a national and perhaps international scale. So the format we will be following would be where we pose one question for each panelist to respond for 5 minutes. And then we will open the floor for you where the audience could pose your questions in the Slido link. And I'll be moderating the questions and bringing it up for further discussion amongst the panelists. So let me start by first introducing our 3 panelists. Architect Ng Yek Seng joined Veritas in 1997 and was promoted to Principal of Veritas Design Group in 2007. Ng studied architecture at the University of Sheffield and University of Greenwich in London. At Veritas, he has been involved mainly in transportation, education, healthcare, and master planning. Some notable projects are Rawang Ipoh KTM, MRT 1 and 2, LRT 3, East Coast Rail Link, the International School of Kuala Lumpur, St. Joseph International School, Thomson Hospital, and Bandar Malaysia. Ng was listed by the Malaysian Institute of Architects as one of the 30 under 40 leading young architects in 2011. So our next panelist, Dr. Muhammad Tajuddin Muhammad Rasdi, is Professor of Architecture at UCSI University. He obtained his Master's and Bachelor of Science in Architecture from the University of Wisconsin and Doctor of Philosophy from University of Edinburgh, Scotland. He has authored and published 56 books to date on architectural, social, political, religious, and educational issues. He was a columnist in Free Malaysia Today, Utusan Malaysia, Sinar Harian, and is currently writing for The Star and Sinchu Daily. He has received 4 National Book Awards, a Civil Society Award, and a National Unity Award from national bodies, NGOs, and private education entities. Our last panelist, architect Wan Sophia Wan Ishak, studied architecture at Nottingham University. She practiced in the UK for 7 years. Upon returning to Malaysia, she worked with Ruslan Khalid Associates and joined Hajida Associates in 1994, with her last position as an associate director. In 2000, she set up Design Evolution Architects Sendirian Berhad, DEA, with 2 other architects, where she has been a director until present. Wan Sophia has also been teaching at University Putra Malaysia, focusing on design studios, advanced technology, and professional practice courses since 2005. So without further ado, we will start with our first speaker, architect Ng Yek Seng. So the first question would be, how do cities influence societies? socio-political atmosphere via urban design and architecture.
Thank you, Yvonne, and I guess I would say all future thinkers. I'll start by a very, very old quote. Architecture is the will of an epoch translated into space and place. Miss Van der Rohe. Kind of old school, kind of where I guess the era where you can almost say the belief that architects will be able to change society and how the social structure of the world. Whether that happened, we will have to look at it. But let me start by, the quote, which can sound pretentious, and as much as possible, I'll try to simplify some of the thoughts process. Through period of the world moving forward, we have the first civilization where people comes together to group together against fear, against war, against maybe how to protect each other, and essentially creating a space where unknowingly they actually share ideas. So it's a meeting place where things can happen. But do you consider this as a socio-political atmosphere or expression? Probably not. Probably it's more organic and much more of a vision of a group of people coming together. Of course, moving forward, you have the cradle of democracy, supposedly, in Greece, where they created spaces, agora, for public debates, so that you're considering what other people's views are besides your own. This agora, these spaces almost become what is a social society. But you have to also understand, these places are not for everyone. So they are also for a certain layer of people. Not necessarily everyone is involved. And of course, when you go to the Renaissance, where you get all the piazza, the magnificent place-making that you see, again, if you think about it, it's created for the upper echelon. So if you want to move ahead, you look at the current status of new administrative center. You can start with Washington, DC, New Delhi, Canberra, Brasilia, our own Putrajaya, and more recently, the IKN, where Nusantara, which is the new capital of Indonesia. But again, what are they representing, and what does it actually cover every social side of things? And in the current era, you can almost say that it's the administrative, the political side being overshadowed by almost the tech companies. If you look at Apple or Google or Amazon, they have their own campus. I mean, the Apple campus is essentially a small town. It creates a space, but it's not really a shared space. It is a space, this is not inclusive of everyone. So I think if you think about it, it's also ironic because all these big companies, they started in the garage of someone's house. So it is, if you say that, how does architecture change or reflect or are able to influence the social political side? The question is that architecture is maybe not to say you change the world, but really how you express it so that other people have the opportunity to change the world. At the same time, the current one is that we talk about community, what do you call that? Engage social projects, smaller projects that may be relying much more of local products and things like that. But these are really, really small. And again, it doesn't really include everyone. So what I think your presentation that you all have, I managed to saw a few of them. The marginalized people are still marginalized. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of places that you don't even see, that is not, that we can't even go into. So I think in a lot of our work in Veritas, what we try to do is that as mentioned, we do a lot of work on culture, education, healthcare, transportation. It's really about, I think someone mentioned the transient space as a space when people meet. And that is true, because the transient space is where the idea of the first civilization, where you meet and actually creates ideas and actually exchange ideas. So it's not just a place where you meet and hi bye friends, it's actually a place that you can actually evolve beyond that. And also we'd like to create spaces like, I think TC at the end was talking about education, and education is very, very close to our heart because as he mentioned, the idea of kindergarten, which is a German word, is actually where the children learn through play. They learn through what is there. And this, for us, we try to create space that have potential, okay? Design for potential, not design for potential, but design for potential. Basically, it means that it may be empty space, it may be certain spaces where people take ownership and change it to their need. And in changing it, they also change themselves. And this evolution will actually happen because there is also something that changed. You know, when we do master plan, what we sometimes forget is that ultimately time will mean that the society and the population within that area will have a changing demographic, will have a changing face. So you have to kind of think about that in your social kind of political atmosphere. And really, I think in some of the work that Professor Tajuddin wrote about, you know what? Architecture create that space, but the one that make the changes are the people, which means that every single one of you need to consider this as not just an architecture project, but really a social project in that essence. So we need you to think. So if anyone, I think people have asked me before, is that if I want to teach something in the architecture side, I want to teach critical thinking. So in other words, the way you think and how you look at things, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can go out and change the world within yourself. But if everyone can think critically, everyone can think cohesively, we are then no longer under, let's say, any political, any external influence. You know, it's basically you, and basically the buck stops with you. You cannot push it to someone else to do that. So for the last, maybe the last excerpt I'm gonna talk about is that, is it Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk? Why? You have the metaverse, or you can go to Mars and beyond. I'm going to leave it at that because that's the question. It's not, there is no answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Architect Ng Sing. I think it's an interesting point that you were mentioning that public spaces are being overshadowed by tech companies, and changing demographics are also an interesting point because people are also increasingly congregating online in virtual spaces like how we are right now instead of physical spaces. So not to diminish the importance of physical spaces, I'm sure we still want to go out to physical spaces, but the idea of virtual spaces, if architects or designers could interject and contribute in the design of virtual spaces instead of relinquishing it to tech companies, I think it will be a very interesting point of departure from this discussion as well. But I think this is also a good continuation of Architect Ng's comments on critical thinking. And I think it's great to pass it on to our next panelist, Professor Tajuddin, for our next question. What makes a city or building conducive for democratic debate between different hierarchical levels, exchange of unconventional ideas, peaceful or proactive conversations between the people? Pass it on to you, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Yvonne. First of all, before we go into the architecture realm, we have to go into the socio-political realm. What is the meaning of democracy before we define what is democratic spaces? And I find that even students with PhD don't understand what that means. Now, democracy simply means we, you and I, own this country. That's number one. And number two, it's up to us, every single one of us, to make a nation. What is a nation? A nation is not the thing that you chalk on your passport. It means the trust between us. It means the shared values between us. It means the brotherhood of nation, brotherhood, a new family. You may have your family, you have your friends as family in a sense, you have your community, but we have nations of different ethnic groups, different faith, and this is the fundamental aspect. Stop blaming UMNO or PAS or DAP. It's not them that's destroying the nation. It is us, our mistrust, our own failure to understand each other through our own ignorance. Of course, the politicians play a role. They just spark a little bit and everything becomes basikalaja and all these things. So with that, I want to speak about two types of spaces. The first one is about the community center, and the second one is about a municipal square, like the municipal building. Now, a community center is a center where in each housing, I envision that we need this community center, not this Dewan Serbaguna. Dewan Serbaguna ni tak guna sangat in terms of having to forge nation. Main badminton boleh, but not anything else. So we need a director which is paid by the state or by the federal, who then has the representative of all the different races and all the different faiths to actually forge the nation under the new religion, a religion of nation. Why? Because we all belong to some religion. We belong to Islam, we belong to Christians, we belong to Hindus, and we have all our different community or communal spaces. And this isolation is a very bad thing for nation building. It's okay for you as a Muslim or as a Hindu, but it's not okay for you as a Malaysian. And so the community center should be the place where all of this meet into the new religion, which is the religion of nation, where we compare our values and actually have many shared values. And this is where we need to work towards. At the moment, we only have the Dewan Serbaguna, and we only have the Rukun Tetangga, which I don't know where the Tangga is anyway. Okay, so this is a failure of social construct, and if we can have that, then only we can have the architecture called a real community center. I think they practice that in Singapore. The next one is the municipal building. Now, the Majlis Perbandaran, first and foremost, is our hamba, or our kaki tangan, meaning that they work for us. They are not supposed to be lords or landlords or feudal masters, but this is what we have led them to think. All the civil servants, 1.5 million of them, think they own this country. And this is not. I said that every single child born in Malaysia have two servants. One is called the chief secretary of the country, and the other we call him what? Prime Minister. These two are the servants to the people, just that they don't teach it to you, and you also don't learn yourself. And that whose fault is it? It is also your fault. So in the municipal building, we need to have first and foremost a public square. But of course, before that, we need to have parking where you can go directly to the building, not park 500 meters away and walk to pay your taxes. This is not acceptable. So we need to have a public square that is linked to a town hall where we can then have, hopefully soon, local council election and put people like Yvonne as ahli majlis or architect Eng Yek as also part of ahli majlis in a locality, not a member of PKR or a member of DAP or a member of UMNO. Tak boleh lah, ni macam. Alright, so we need our own governance, and this is the meaning of democracy, where we build or we destroy the nation ourselves. Okay, so we need to have a different thinking. Our country has not changed for 60, 70 years in the socio-political respect because of this blame game, where the public, like you, everywhere, easily blames someone. His name is Najib, his name is Zahid, his name is Anwar, his name is Lim Kit Siang. So stop this blaming game and start taking effort, and there you will see what the spaces that you can have. Now, I wanted to talk about one other space, but there's not much time, and I'll probably insert it in the discussion, which is the university. The university as the test of First Nation. The university in Malaysia, failed in building a nation for this country. They just give degrees, engineering, architecture, and all that, but they fail to produce a nation. So this is some aspect of what we call, if you want to have a dialogue, then we need to have, first of all, the social construct, and then only the architecture construct can come. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tajuddin. Very well said. And I think that what I get from Professor Tajuddin is that the idea of boundaries that govern identities, whether it's human to buildings to nation states, it's something that will lead to a very rigid isolation, which is something that we all should question. Which now we can move on to our next speaker, Architect Wan Sophia Wan Ishak. So the question would be, what are the key built environment related issues that in the local context need to be addressed for a better socio-political future of our society? I think you're muted. Yeah.
Thanks, Yvonne. And thanks for having me here. I will talk about the topic in a macro scale as well as micro. First, we talk about our cities. Malaysia is considered a democratic country, as we know, and buildings are designed and built in a democratic manner to a certain extent. And our cities are perceived to be designed and planned democratically through a formal system of development plans, i.e. structure plans, local plans, and all that. When I say perceived democratically, I mean it is assumed that the statistical data collection that formulate the city and the feedback and response from the public on the draft development plans is the process that deemed to be democratic. So the question then be, is the socio-political environment is strongly present in our cities? Yeah. Then our cities have the physical form of a city. It has the functions of city, but how is the city perceived for the people and by the people? Does our city foster social dimension where formation of the society happens at various levels and forms, creating a healthy socio-political environment? That's in the background. Yeah. So then we talk about the individuals, the socio-political versus the sense of individual and collective ownership. To me, there is a strong sense of individual ownership in our built environment and very much less collective or shared ownership as mentioned by Prof. Tajuddin just now and Architect Yeksheng. We define our home not only with walls that define the spaces inside, but also with fencing boundaries. Our corporate offices in the city have a clear signifier of individual ownership, demarcation with boundary walls or some sort of demarcation of ownership. And surrounding these corporate buildings, we have perimeter roads, perimeter drain, and the latest addition is perimeter landscape, which doesn't help much, actually adding the burden to it. So these layers and layers of elements of individual ownership, demarcation, are perceived to be isolating the buildings from the streets and people. So that's the question we should be asking. Even our buildings for the public, such as religious building, rightly also brought up years ago by Prof. Tajuddin, these religious buildings which are supposed to welcome the public, but yet they too have strong demarcation of boundaries. So this represents that there is not much social, spatial dialectic in our built environment that we need to think about. Then let's talk about the psychology of space within and beyond buildings. Imagine a scale of a person in a space, and this scale within the scale of a building, and that scale within the scale of a city, which form a big context of our built environment. So the vast difference between a person within the immediate space and its vast context of a city is actually phenomenal. So it is crucial to think on how to consolidate this difference in scale, not just in physical form, but also psychologically. So we're talking about mind over matter here. So it is about the perception of space, space beyond space, space beyond buildings, beyond streets, and till the vast space of the city. So, and yes, I'm talking here about architecture beyond buildings, architecture between buildings. Yeah. Then let's talk about the social and spatial dialectic in our built environment. space that shape social dimension, space that foster user participation, space that create society formation at various levels and form, both single-serving social form and the long-term social form. We talk about the psychology of space, perception of space, transition of space. I'd like to share an example of a Malay kampung. There is a transition of spaces from intimate space inside a traditional Malay kampung to a social shared space that they share with people they know. This is like in the kitchen and the veranda. Beyond this kitchen and veranda, there's a small compound on the ground shared with the immediate neighbours, as Malay houses are arranged in a cluster formation. So between these clusters, each with its own small compound, there is another level of compound, bigger in scale, which they shared within or amongst a few clusters. So a journey from one space to another in the traditional Malay kampung is not through linear streets where you turn left and right, but by moving from one compound to another, from one pocket space to another. So this shared and collective space fosters social formation and adding to the social dimension to the place. So many cities have similar formation, like in Venice, little piazzas. But Venice are designed for people, there's no automobiles there. But Barcelona has little plazas that, leading to bigger plazas. As to a certain extent, London, Paris has this, and similar to most European cities. These cities were designed, but we have to remember, the European cities are originally designed for people walking, because automobiles were not invented yet. So the cities were designed for a smaller pace movements where there's intimacy between the street and the buildings. But our cities are designed when automobiles were created. That's why the city were designed for cars, where it's meant for fast-paced movement. So cityscape and space just pass by us at a glimpse, not even at a glance. So in Malaysia, we have, coming back to the pocket of space, so we have similar people movements from one pocket to another. We call it Jalan Tikus. And as I'm told, it happened a lot. We can find this a lot around Masjid India and Petaling Street. So that is something for the students and audience to think about. I think I stop there. Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you, Architect Sophie. I totally agree with you that collective ownership has been increasingly eroded. And I don't think this is a Malaysian thing. I think it's a very global, international thing where collective ownership has been constantly eroded. And I think how we have come to this point, having so-called quote-unquote boundaries is highly related to the development of capitalism and private property ownership. And property ownership theory has been debated for a very long time. Figures such as Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, Adam Smith has been debating about this since the 1600s. And for a contemporary perspective, I highly recommend everyone to read The New Enclosure by Brad Christophers. And this book examines the early moments of capitalist development in the late 18th century, where land previously held in common was enclosed and commodified. And the author describes the period as a new enclosure, signaling the start of the transfer of publicly owned assets to private ownership. And the author argues that privatization deepens inequality and induces economic disorder because it ensures a monopoly, and speculation induces social dislocation and constrains development opportunities to a narrow calculus of private returns. So I think my closing question would be, what is architecture's agency, or what are the potential tangible or intangible strategies or mindsets that designers of the built environment need to adopt to address the issue of boundaries or hindering collectivism?
Yeah,
so I open to the floor. Anyone wants to start?
Well, maybe I can start first, because as a continuation from what I mentioned just now, the key is that we really have to look at in breaking down the scale of space from a scale of a person in a space in a building to the scale of the city. vast scale of cities. So the clue here is actually is a transition of spaces. I really believe that. I saw attempts by Cecilia just now attempting to do that, bringing the streets into the building. So we're looking at making buildings part of the streets and making the streets part of the building. I think by doing that, then you get the public to claim ownership. Yeah. So that's my take.
Thank you, Architect Sophie. Architect Ng?
Okay, I think, okay, when we do a lot, there's two parts I'll talk about. We do a lot of transportation, and the key for any design around transportation hub is permeability. Okay, if I have a 400-meter building in front of a station, everyone behind that building, nobody is going to walk there. So it has to be about the social space that's in between. The second one, I think, as one Sophia mentioned, was that you do need to break down the space, because one of the problems that you do face is that I think our houses has increased in size from year to year. So what happened is that everyone is very comfortable in their house. You may say that the communist era has its problems, but one thing that they do very well is that all their public space are all used up because their houses are not that great. or their houses are actually smaller. So you're actually forced to go out into the public realm to actually, and because you're out there, you end up interacting. So I think it is very, what Sophia mentioned is very, very pertinent in the sense that just imagine if the space are smaller and then you have a bigger space and then you have bigger space, and these space are not delineated by, no, it's mine, it's actually shared. So that comes then to a social economic point of view. If you look at the price of land in Malaysia right now, you can't afford to use those space because it just doesn't make sense. The developer don't make money. The developer don't make money means that you don't, things will not be built. But at the same time, there must be a control of how you actually look at all this economic structure. So you cannot also, you almost can say that, you know what, you need to look at an economic structure that is not purely on a consumer capitalistic basis. It's a basis that says that buy and buy some more, and even though you don't need it, please buy a new iPhone every year. So I think it has the whole cultural, social, sustainable, economic, as well as political outlook to it. But I think, as Professor Tajuddin mentioned, you know what? If we take that political out, they are supposed to be who we elect them to be, then it's really up to us. So I think that there are a lot of little things that we will have to tackle. It's not as easy as it seems, but we need to know what are the constraints that we have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Architect Ng. I'll pass it on to you, to Prof.
Yes, the issue is has actually goes beyond architecture, because whatever city and architecture that you talk about, this space and that space, it has to be related to the bigger picture of what is your self-worth. Okay, when you went to school, you are taught all this mathematics, geography. I call it elemental learning. Somebody taught you this part, this jigsaw puzzle, this jigsaw part, this jigsaw part, without knowing what picture is going to turn up. So no one taught the holistic picture of where we are going, how we're going to be living together with this environment and with ourselves and with the homeless, so-called helping others and things like that. Nobody taught us. So we are always taught the two to the point of PhD, because I have tested PhD and asked the what we call the so what question, and they never can answer the so what question, because they are busy completing template education with elemental constructs, not a holistic construct. So we don't have it, and we say, okay, leave it to religion. Religion, yeah, they give you a holistic construct which is isolated from others, and everybody says that they are going to go to heaven, and then they fight about those kinds of things. So what we need to do ultimately is to figure out how we want to live in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Live meaning first with each other, respecting each other. What do you mean by respecting each other? We share a history. Now, a lot of times we don't even share history. Okay, we don't have a narrative that all of us must be together. We have a narrative that says you must be with one religious group or you must be with one racial group in order to survive the world. This is a toxic narrative, and yet it is the prevalent narrative among the so-called educated class, and it is then being used by the politician. Okay, so this is the thing. Now, if the school doesn't give you this, and I definitely know that the university is not giving you this, then you got to figure it out yourself. You have to form out all these forums group by yourself. Forget the vice chancellor; he doesn't know what she's doing anyway. All right, they're just after their own what do you call it, promotion, from Datuk Sri to be Tan Sri, then to be Tun, that sort of nonsense. That's not the purpose of university. University is the test of First Nation. How you group together and work together to achieve something, that is the real test. Getting a degree here and there are tools. So this is the message that people are not saying. And the Minister of Education, forget about all these people. It's all about control. Okay, why do we let them control us? Okay, I certainly am not being controlled by muftis or prime ministers or ministers. We must think the way that we want. If you read Frank Lloyd Wright, he is the most, quote unquote, they say rebellious of this federalism. And you look at the Broadacre City, he created Broadacre City so that each one can produce their own energy and live within his own 1 acre site, independent of any centralized energy or centralized economy or anything. The pure democracy, that's pure democracy. And that is the Broadacre City. So he, who has never finished a university education, understood the construct and the dignity, what I call the dignity of the individual. Okay, the dignity of the individual, in order to have a dignity, simple rule is to give dignity also to others. So this is the spiritual value that no one teaches you in religion. Okay, not dignity to God or whatever, it's us, every one of us. So that's why education needs to have a holistic narrative of how and where we are going. Then we build our cities. We will find all these spaces. We will open up all these boundaries that Sophia has spoken about. And if you have homeless, quote unquote, you can actually pacak here, pacak there, it's no problem. Okay, so as I said, what is a mosque? How can you have homelessness when you have 100 over houses of worship? What the hell is the use of religion? What is religion teaching anyway? Is it a clubhouse? Is it a club of people who think that they are going to be close to the divine? Come on, all right? If you look and really read the religion, it's all about not thinking of yourself. It's always about taking yourself out of yourself and putting it in the idea of the other. So this is the construct that they're not being educated in.
Thank you, Prof, for responding to the question. Now we're gonna move on to the audience questions. Any questions from the audience from the Slido link? MC?
Right, so currently there's not much questions, as in no one has commented on the Slido link itself. And we are currently sharing the link, so all of us can scan and join in the discussion itself. So while in the midst of waiting, probably you guys can further discuss on the topic itself.
Okay, sure. I think what I got from all three panelists today is that I think what's important for us as people who are in education and also in the industry is that we have to be more critical of our agency as designers and also educators, and probably I think the challenge for educators is that how do we impart critical thinking into students? Because critical thinking is not something that you can really read from the book. It's something that you gain interacting with people, interacting with many people, not just one or two. And how do we encourage more open discussions like this among students is also another challenge, because for educators, a lot of times when the class is too big, we cannot allow them to have conversations in a lecture, for example. So probably like the size of the groups have to be smaller in order for them to engage in meaningful discussions. And probably maybe I will start with a question. How do you guys think we should encourage more discussions like this among students?
Yeah, I'd like to say or respond to this first, if the panelists don't mind. I mean, I've listened to only 2 or 3 presentations, and they are very good. And congratulations to the students as well as to the Taylor's University. But why is this discussion, that the one that they had, is not out there in the media? Why is it that I look in the media and see what kind of food you eat during breakfast, or where is your what you are doing in the gym? Why is it filled with all this private and personal things, and not with the serious issues that has been raised by the students? In the past, it is through the media or the newsprint media that we depend, and even that is something that is not taught to the academics. You are supposed to write papers upon papers, Q1 and all this nonsense. It's complete nonsense, because where is it heading? This country going where? We still have the dengue problem, we still have the flood problem, we have every problem 30 years ago, we still have it. But the research is soaring. It is high billions spent on research. And there is another book called How to Turn University into Research. I said, research for what? Towards what end? This is the problem. No one visualized a holistic thing. And this is why architecture education is, among all the other education, quote unquote, the best lah, because it touches on every aspect of technology, society, history, and all these things. You talk about business, they don't study history. You talk about science, they know nothing about people and all these things. So we are producing millions upon millions of people who are deconstructed from some sort of a single narrative of human being in a community and all these things. So this is a very dangerous product of education. Kalau you ada education untuk ajar orang just use a tool like engineering and all these things, well, what is the point of being a university? So university also is why I said a place of questions. It is not a place of answers. Place of answers is the Majlis Agama lah. They have all the answers, which I don't listen to anyway. So it's a place of question, because questions determine the power of the critical thinking and the power of evolutionary process of humankind. Without questions and without failures, these are the 2 most fundamental aspects of education. Failures in trying, this should be celebrated, not accidental success, not template success. This is where our education has lost out.
Thank you, Prof. Taj. Yeah, Architect Ng, you want to respond?
Yeah, I think it's fairly simple. It's not just architecture education, it's education in general. First of all, I think you kind of have to do away with the academic scoring. You need to get A's. You need to look, that has to be going out the window. If you do not have if you have that and everyone is chasing for the A's, it's not going to be relevant. Okay, as a practitioner, I'll be very blunt. I'm not looking for a first-class student, an A-star student. I'm looking for your personality. I'm looking for your attitude. I'm looking at who you are. So what if you can give me an A-star? What does it mean? Yeah, it just means that you can study well and do exam well or do a project well. But I need to know what fundamentally drives you. So I think we have to do away on let's say the primary school or even the secondary school where actually exams are out of the window. Then you can have this discussion because people are not chasing the A's. Okay, you may say that, okay, well, at some point you need to have some measure. Fine, at one point or another, but can we not have this, because this is more important than anything else. The discussion, you talk about interaction. I mean, if you look at the old days when sorry, maybe Prof, I'm going to use your age and kind of against you in the sense that you've been here for quite a while. When you're studying in primary school in your era, I mean, there is no segregation. There is no, I mean, there may be, but you know, you're playing with each other, you're talking to each other, you after hours, you knuckle together, you know, you do everything kind of like, it becomes much more interesting, and where people have the intellect, or not even intellect, but even your normal, maybe mechanic will talk about politics, will talk about other things. Right now, they are not interested in that because they're just trying to make a living. They're just trying to earn the money. And that for me is kind of, I wouldn't say it's wrong because the pressure of the community is as such, but I'm just saying that we have lost it because everyone is talking about how you're going to make money for the stakeholders. You know, how are you going to do this or do that? But really, what about humanity? What about where we are going to go? What about us as a human, a living organism? The moment we stagnate is the moment the human race will die. What I mean by stagnate is that if you do not evolve, if you do not start to question, if you do not kind of create something new, because really, if you look at the technology that's in the last few years, the handphone have gotten better, smartphone has gotten better, but has any technology changed? Are we going into an era of self-gratification? You know, when we do that, it means that technology is not moving ahead. There's no jump. There is no changes. I know that it's a very dangerous one because quotation, because they're talking about social side of things. But at the same time, I believe that scientifically and certain aspects, you do need to move forward as well, so that it becomes a more holistic or circular or sustainable typology. But these people are not the one that is trying to score the ace. These are the people that will be looking at it from a different point of view. They are the one that will change the world.
Okay.
Thank you, Architect Ng. Yeah, pass it to Architect Sophie.
Yes, I'll respond to your question as well as some of the questions on Slido. First is that we must understand at the university model education, we must understand at university level is about character development. It's about achieving the adulthood morality, no longer childhood morality, where adulthood morality means that whatever you are told, you absorb, and then you suck it in and you purge it out, become yours. So whatever you say is what you agree, what you want to fight for. And I see in thesis that, you know, all students want to be superheroes, I call them, want to save the homeless, want to save on everyone, autistic and all the marginalized group. But sometimes I do question the sincerity of it, because most of the cases is based on personal experience, personal background, but beyond that personal background, there's no efforts in actually engaging to the community themselves. So you're talking about the discussion, how to encourage discussions among the students. I think among the students and at university level, at classroom level, we have lots of discussion, series of discussion during critique session. But it's about time now the architecture students to create the discussions outside the classroom. Get the discussions with the public. And in that way, you are promoting architecture or being engaged with architecture or being having architecture as an agency to socio-political structure. I think that's very much absent here. And those discussions with the public at various groups should be publicized, like Prof. Tajuddin said. It should not be limited to classroom. Do exhibition with the public, you know, have questions and, you know, do exhibition of the outcome of the exhibition. So that social interaction is still lacking. And so the the key here is that for the students to question themselves that whether you have the empathy, the sincere empathy towards the group that you are talking about. And by that way, you create that the autonomy. You know, by the time you graduate, you have a certain level of autonomy. If you're a professional, you have professional autonomy where whatever you say is somehow is the truth. You know, then talk about the social divide among Malaysians, like Prof. Tajudin said, and also raised here. I think one of the things that I banned at architecture school presentation is that stop putting statistic, Malay statistic, Chinese, Indian statistic in the community. In most cases, it's not relevant at all. You talk about you want to blur the boundary, but yet you keep raising this. I think I totally agree with Prof. Tajudin said. And the worst part is that in our big environment context, that is our political structure. Most political structure here is actually race-based. It's not propaganda-based. That's the biggest poison in our society. But we at architecture school, we should eliminate this, you know, unless it's absolutely necessary, very relevant to understand the context of the culture and all that. But it's not should be a standard, something that you have to put a bar chart. I threw it out completely. Okay, I think I stopped there. Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you, Architect Sophie. So I think we are running out of time, but I guess the whole discussion kind of like addresses all the questions out there. And I also agree that the discussions other than inside the university, we should really be extending outside the university and extending beyond architecture school would probably give the biggest impact to the society that we wish to see as designers. So yeah, thank you so much for our three panelists for your time. And also thank you so much, Taylor's University, for inviting us. Thank you, Architect Prince, Dr. Veronica, Dr. Suchi, and everyone else who is joining. I'll pass it back to the MC.
Thank you, Yvonne. A very big thank you to our panelists and moderator today. It was a very inspiring and insightful forum for our team bridging conversation through architecture. To our fellow audience, I hope that this forum has given you something to ponder on. To conclude this level that we have, the majority of people who have participated in this online forum have concluded that indeed architecture can bridge conversation between different levels of society. And these are all gotten from the Instagram page itself. So thank you, everyone. Unfortunately, this is all we have for today. And on behalf of the team, I would like to thank every one of you who stayed from the beginning of the event until now. So let's invite Yash, our lead organizer who has been planning this event, to give us a short closing remark.
Thanks, Paige. So good evening to our respected guest speakers, A.R. Ng, Professor Tajudin, and A.R. Wan Sophia. All the honorable guests, Head of SABD, Dr. Veronica, Chief Organizer, Architect Prince, postgraduate students, my fellow coursemates. So we've come to the ending, bridging conversations through architecture. And likewise, I'd just like to thank everyone for staying for this rather long discussion. I'm sure we have probably had some interesting discussions that may have been thought-provoking for some of us. It has been an honor for me and my team, supervised by A.R. Prince, to be given this opportunity to organize such an engaging event that hopes to shed light on the many ideas that have sparked in the last semester here at Taylor's SABD. But in another respect, we are indeed glad to have been given the ability to present a theme discussion revolving around the people's voices, perhaps a topic less discussed about in public architectural events. Likewise was said in the discussion just now. So in the conception of this event, my team and I questioned what we consider as one of the primary issues in architecture today as we move into the next Dakar cycle of future thinkers. Understanding that this topic is possibly sensitive in the eyes of some people, we attempted to formulate this forum as an audience-centric event. As such, the 5 levels of socio-political context was conceptualized as a way to build up the narrative towards the climax of this Level 5 forum, which our guest speakers have passionately discussed with the audience, but maybe with limited time, we hope this discussion may continue. Hence, we hope this attempt to consider architecture from a socio-political context, perhaps one of the first for a SABD forum, would simply be a starting point that may further inspire discussions like this in academia, but also maybe in the professional built environment industry. Moving on, we would like everyone present today to share your thoughts either about this event or your thoughts on the future of bridging conversations to architecture by filling up the Google form via the link provided in the Zoom chat. I think it'll be being shared now, or the Facebook comment section being shared. Also, if you know anyone else who left early, do pass them this link that's in the chat so that they can share their thoughts. We'll hopefully compile these thoughts and maybe consider this for the next event and things like that. So do share your feedback freely. Last but not least, I'd just like to quickly acknowledge the contributions of those who have made this event possible. Paige Yin has been a great partner in helping organize and curate this event from its inception to realization. Lion Chin and Tan Shen, who put in tremendous effort and have managed to step up the approach of our social media postings for a forum like this. AR Prince for continuously keeping future thinkers alive and offering very prompt and helpful advice to us throughout the planning. Dr. Veronica for being part of our collective future thinkers journey through her moral support, as well as all well-wishers, including staff of Taylor's SABD, including the lecturers who facilitated the awesome works by the presenters. And most importantly, our heartfelt appreciation to the guest speakers and presenters for making this event possible. Thank you, everyone, and we hope you play your part in bridging conversations through architecture. Hope to see you all in the next Future Thinkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Yash, for the closing remark. Before we end the forum, we would like to inform the presenters and the tutors that the certificate will be sent to your emails. With that, we would like to acknowledge and appreciate our student presenters from the Bachelors of Science in Architecture, Masters of Architecture, respected tutors, guest speaker, and organizing community. As we proceed to show the certificates. So for Nicholas Leng Ming Sun, in Semester 1, Bachelor of Degree, Semester 2, Xia Yanlin Darlin, Semester 3, T. Earn, Semester 4, Ryan Xian Maher, Semester 5, Li Xuehe, Semester 6, Mas Khan, and Semester 6, Ryan Ng Zin. And for Masters, Semester 1, Tan Ziwen Cecilia, Semester 2, Wong Chi Fon, Semester 3, Winhun Wong Kim Hang, and Semester 4, Wong Teng Chun. So here are all your certificate where you'll be sent to your email. And for the competition achiever is Chang Ao Song, Ang Jiaqing. As for moderator, Cha Yvonne, and our beloved guest speaker, Architect Ng Yek Seng, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tajuddin, and Architect Wan Sophia. So let's end with a photo session. Can I request everyone to turn on your webcam for a quick group photo before we start to take a picture? So let's have everyone's video on. All right, I'll give you another minute. All right, so I'll take the picture now. First page. And then second page. All right, that's all. Thank you so much for coming to the forum and staying to the very end. Here marks the end of the forum itself.
Thank you. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
What?